All right, this is second lecture, 18 January 1971, and this is the product org officer system. There has been considerable development. I have not had actually sufficient work time to write up all of the material which has been developed in this particular field. You will find then at this time that what I'm giving you are the basics, and these you will not find changing. These basics are not going to be changing, but you will find that this area will develop. Now, the first facts of the case are, again, that a small group, which is well organized, has good technology, and has good data collection and services of that type, and applies what it knows, can not only survive, but can make considerable progress. But I again tell you that organized technology. Now, the technology we have, without any thought at all, we can make the sane saner and the insane sane. And the breakthrough which exists here technically is so strong that it actually cuts through the normal protective mechanisms of the mind. Wham, wham. And that the use of this material by any but a well-organized, well-disciplined group would be very fatal, quite lethal. Not being known this, they people control, because the areas into which we would export it and the orgs into which we export it are insufficiently organized to be able to handle and control it. Now, our organizational technology suffered mainly by not being known. People say there must be something wrong with the org board if something or other, and then you go around and you ask the staff, where is the org board posted? And they look at you, org board, oh yes, the org board, yes, it's, you go in and you find something that's a year out of date and not general use. It was the ignorance of the subject. So it is ignorance of the technology which we have, which is our greatest bugbear. To overcome this, we have improved tremendously now, merely by assembly of what we already knew, the technology of how you teach a course. The course supervisor check sheet that has just been developed, and certain things of that character are direct and immediate improvements which make it possible for an area to train its auditors better and train them so they can get results, and then when they have gotten results with the material they have, make it possible to put in a special department, a department of special cases. It doesn't matter how many, by the way, departments a Division 4 has, you see. A department of special cases in Division 4, and then new auditors can be brought on and trained. Not the auditors who were there in the org at the time. I'm very sorry. You will find that they are very, very necessary, because no technology disappears under this. A new set of auditors can be brought in, trained up, auditors can be graduated up, and so on, and they become your Class 10 special cases auditors. They can crack any case that walks up the walk if he'll sit still, or if anybody can hold him down long enough to get the cans in his hand or tie him to his feet. Now, some of you here have had something of this new technology. It came actually from the OT grades. Why, it answers the question of why does an OT restrain himself and cease to behave as an OT? It works best in that band, but it also works at the lower end of the band. That's why we're pushing a crew up at the present moment, all the way on up, as fast as we can push them up, so that when we give them the technology, they can go for broke. It works better at the top end of the band than it does the bottom end of the band, but it works at either end of the band. So, I doubt any of you have had the questionable pleasure of being insane, and so you probably would not be able to experience the tremendous resurgence which a person gets when he suddenly turns sane. It's quite miraculous. But that is residual in this technology and occurs rather routinely. And I think we're probably the only group in the universe, as far as I know, knowing the backtrack, who can do this. Now, that is on an individual basis. So you have individual technology now, which turns the sick well, the insane turns them sane, and makes a one life being immortal. Otherwise, the technology doesn't have very many targets. Now, we're actually sitting here with this technology. Now, what do you do with the technology? Of course, you could go off and forget about the technology, and that would be about the greatest overt that anybody ever pulled. The overt of omission. We happen to find ourselves on a planet which has a rather unsavory reputation, and amongst planets would be looked upon as a sort of an Alcatraz, and was a dumping ground. So there's a tremendous need for such a technology here, but it is actually going into the teeth of a planet that is not entirely sane. About 10 to 20%, unbeknownst to statisticians, and I can't tell you exactly what the percentage is out in the general public because I haven't surveyed it, but I would just say by estimation it's 10 to 20% of the at-large walking around population is stark, staring mad. The other 80 to 90%, whatever that factor is, are quite sane, but are so caved in by the mad ones that the society has an awful time getting off the launching pad. And you get a cultural boom decay cycle, which has been going on now for many thousands of years. A culture just about gets going, and then a few of these madmen swing into it, and the next thing you know, why, she goes up in smoke. It's just the madness of the later-day Roman emperors is an example of this. And the Roman culture, of course, caved right on in. It was supplanted by a religious culture. Now, we've got a boom depression then in terms of cultures. At this particular time and place, we have an opportunity because of many factors which have combined. We have an opportunity to make a very definite blind plunge, to use football terms, or to make a very definite forward push in this. It is rather optimum at this particular time. We're in, for some reason or other, a period of peace. The culture is on the way down, and it's just a little bit touch and go. They give us several we've had several of these little touch and go things, like there are a bunch of guys monkeying around with this peace war button, you know. And should we have a war, should we have peace? Well, they've moved in on the button again, and they go off of it. Well, of course, a war would just finish any human communication and cultural lines on which anything can travel. So therefore, we don't really have all the time there is. We can't really sit around on our hands and do nothing. Furthermore, the planet could be expected to resist any such movement, because the most resistance you get toward being cured by anyone is an insane person. An insane person will resist being cured harder than anybody ever heard of, because he knows everybody is Martians and they're all out to get him, and then he knows there's no help and so on. Of course, that's what makes him insane. A certain number of these on the planet in high positions bring about the conditions known as war and so on. Now, recently we traced, by the way, how a person moves from the lower stratus of the society up to an executive position or a political position of magnitude. You can see the pattern of it can be seen in your own org. A person cannot hold the job of central files clerk, and he argues and finally moves himself up to some other portion of the org. There's very few people in that portion of the org, so he gets an IC in charge of something. Then there isn't anybody else around, and he seems to be very active, and he becomes a departmental head. He becomes a departmental head by accident, and he actually is pushing himself up. Now, he doesn't have the motivation of helping others. He just has the motivation of protecting himself. And the higher he rises on the pyramid, the more he thinks he will be protected. Well, that's part of his insanity. You get up to the top of the pyramid, you spend 90% of your time ducking bullets. But the facts of the case are that there is a sort of a system by which a person who can't hold any post winds up with a very high post. I don't, for instance, know what the current president of the United States would be able to do in a law court. I don't think he's ever been able to do anything in a law court. But here he is in the political arena. Most of these fellows who are in the political arena have never studied government. Never. They wouldn't know what you meant. They wouldn't know what you're talking about. Yet there is a technology of government. But these are politicians. Why are they there? Usually there for their friends and so on. This makes a rather queasy scene in which to operate. Now, the answer to this operation is to be as efficient as all God holy hell. And you have administrative technology which is sharp as the teeth of a bear trap. And what you're doing with your own technology must be very effective indeed. And you must be able to pick up and use data available and control the human emotion factor in your immediate vicinity. In other words, if you're tremendously well organized, you can not only survive, but you can expand. But what you have to know in order to do this, and what the technology has to consist of, and how well you have to know the technology, exactly determines the amount of expansion you're going to attain. Given the technology, it will only be because you do not have total knowledge of it or expertise with it that would cause one to fail. Now, you can have a staff which isn't had it. And no matter how clever you are, they'll manage to make you fail. They don't really know there's anything there. So therefore, it isn't enough for you as an executive to know how to do all this. You've got to be able to relay it, train it, check people out on it, and handle it. So a general knowledge, a particular and very broad knowledge, is required of any person who is regulating any group. Mary Sue got together some estimates here, and she says, based upon recent figures in relationship to the training of executive directors, it takes approximately 360 hours to make an administrative expert in 9 divisions. Therefore, it would take roughly the following hours to train various organizational personnel: 120 hours an executive secretary or expert in 3 divisions, 40 hours a divisional secretary and expert in 1 division, 13 and a half hours a department head and expert in 1/3 of a division, 3 hours a section head and expert in 1/5 of a department. With staff training hours of 2.5 hours per day, it would roughly take the following number of days: an executive secretary, 48 days, a divisional secretary, 16 days, a department head, 6 days, and a section head, 2 days. But therefore, you'd have to be determined that these fellows do get trained And you would have to have some program by which these people did check out. And you would have to have some system by which they did have some understanding of the hat and duties they were wearing. Is that agreed? Well, you'd have to have that, wouldn't you? Well, supposing you did all this, and you use this scale, and you got everybody in your org had it, almost unimaginably, almost unattainable. You always have one or two guys sitting around someplace that can't find their hat, never did have a hat. Now, if all of this was going on, and if somebody was putting their hats on, and that sort of thing, I'm afraid you still wouldn't have anything. Because the other side of the coin is production. Now, what is all of this training and so forth about? Is it to attain production? That is what that is all about. So, the other half of this coin, production, supported by the first half of this coin, organization, gives us the coin. And we have what you could call the product officer, org officer system. Now, undoubtedly, this will be shortened up. We can't call it a PO system because that means purchase order. We might very well hear it called the prod-off system. But I've simply been calling it the product officer organizing officer system. Actually, however else these things are stated or what words are used, it is exactly this. It's the product officer, not the production officer. These are the niceties of it. The product officer and the organizing officer. Now, the first thing we run into by the introduction of this system is the question of, is production necessary? The org series, as the org series goes back, it speaks of this, and I've had a letter or two and a DR. It makes it look like a very exhausted world would be the result of this. Nobody ever says anything to me that bluntly. There's just a little bit of a curve on it. And this idea of production, unfortunately, carries with it the label which has been given to it by the communists, who has tried to get at the bosses of their existing society as production monsters who are sweating the last drop of production out of the poor suffering worker. And we have gotten into a period where that orientation occurs. And now I'll tell you the cream of the jest. The jest has real cream on it. It's the primary problem of Russia is how to get production out of the poor worker. The Russian is now going mad, and he even brought a whole bunch of guys back from Siberia and so forth because they knew something about production. He started going mad. And the top men in the Presidium these days are ex-production officers because it is such a crucial problem in the Soviet Union. Khrushchev, he'd sit down. I don't know whether he would have talked to you much about politics, but if you had mentioned something about the electric light plants, he would tell you exactly how you should get production out of an electric light plant. Now, the capitalist society deifies the moneylender or the money haver and tends to downgrade the producer. And the production man, by title in a plant, is not the general manager. He's not even the general manager's assistant. The plant manager has a production man. It's about 18 echelons down the line. Because for some reason or other, the guy who inherits the money was king throughout the 19th century. The social stratus and so forth are not quite straight. The whole field, you get into this in a non-production-oriented society, the whole field of psychiatry and psychology and so on stunk to high heaven simply because they had no production orientation whatsoever. They merely had status orientation. And the thing that makes these guys insufferable is they have status. One of the things that makes the Spanish official rather insufferable is he has status. And they have status, and they look around, and it's status, status, status. But it's status based on nothing. A Spanish engineer gets a certificate as an engineer, and he never has to engineer for the rest of his life. That's what's wrong with these birds. I malign them. I think there was one once graduated sometime, and they did produce something. They produced a revolution. But here is a subject. Now, the reason I'm making these little comments on it, it has many ramifications. And in studying the org series and in studying this, which I assume you all would have done up to this point, since this is additional org series material which I'm giving you, possibly the question has passed your mind, production, well, it's not too popular. Well, I wonder, it seems to be a strange orientation. So you find yourself in a position, actually, if you're trying to get production, you will usually face, to some tiny degree, some little resistance to production as a subject, because it has been subjected to so much propaganda, and because it sometimes requires some sweat. And the guys who are objecting to this are the birds who hoped that they would be able to hide in the coat closet while everybody else worked anyway. Then there are social or human reaction factors connected to the subject of production itself, just as a word, as a name, or an activity. You must face that. It is a subject which is able to paralyze the economy of the United States for months on end, is paralyzing right now the entire British postal system right at the present moment. Labor management relations, General Motors in the United States, weeks or months of strike, the largest business in the United States, totally paralyzed, tied up. Management saying produce, and the workers saying wages, wages, cash, cash, cash. Now, one of the things that you will run into perpetually and continuously is you're talking to somebody about production, he's talking to you about wages. He's talking to you about return for production. These subjects do not necessarily have anything whatsoever to do with each other. They're a non sequitur. And that's why there's so much problem on it. Because the term op term really doesn't match. Now, what is this subject? What is this subject if it doesn't have anything to do with wages and company contracts and... What the hell is this subject? Well, now, you hold your head. Hold your head on, because this will blow it. Production is the basis of morale. In the absence of production, you will have problems in morale. The cure for morale is production. All right, now let's give us some actual actions here. What has happened? Some things that have happened here. Cases in staff morale, the PL, the FN, VGI, PL, perfectly true. But that's out of the field of first dynamic tech. Now, because it says staff morale, tends to throw it over into third dynamic tech. Cases and staff morale is perfectly true from the viewpoint of a CS. The number of people that you have doing FNVGI at the examiners will, to a marked degree, determine your staff morale. And after you've got 100% FNVGIs at the examiner, you have accomplished staff morale on the first dynamic, and your organization is liable to be a bogged mess. So we say, all right, we will have to get on. You see, to have no staff auditors of any kind whatsoever would be fatal. So we say we'll have to get on some auditors, and they'd better audit the staff and get all the staff up to FNVGI status. So we do that. And the org falls apart. They got morale on the first, but not on the third. Now, the funny part of it is they really don't have morale on the first. They just have morale about that part of the first, which is their case. Now, it works this way on the management cycle. If they're having a great deal of trouble with their case, trying to pull them up much further than that is very difficult. So you start with the first factor of the management cycle having to do with where you're really having trouble as an org officer dealing with the person's case. That's just the beginning. That's the first step up. Now let me give you the $64 punch now. Hold your head. If the individual, the auditor, is auditing a PC and he has a win, the auditor's morale is good, right? Do you agree with that? All right. Now, if he audits the PC and he has a lose, the auditor's morale is bad, right? All right, good. The monitoring factor is clothed in this ugly word, production. He's accomplished something. Production is the evidence of the demonstration of competence. Now, after you've gotten all the case gain there is, how do you get any other gain? That's an interesting question, isn't it? Well, actually, it goes case gain right up on the line to a cross line, and from there on it is competence. Competence is what gives the case gain. You say, well, look, somebody flying around out here doing a good job on a set of water skis and so forth appears to be very happy and so forth. He is merely engaged in the exhibition of competence. His morale is up because he is making an expert demonstration of water skiing. When he falls in front of the large crowd, I saw the sorriest sight I ever hoped to see in my life. It was a command performance before the Queen. And there was a clown who had waited all of his life. He was a tight wire clown, and he'd waited all of his life for a command performance. The lights went up, the drums rolled, the clown with his umbrella and his baggy pants climbs up, gets onto the tight wire, and starts across the tight wire. There he is, total exhibition of competence, twirling an umbrella between his legs and over his head and dancing on the wire. And at that moment, the apparatus collapsed. They killed the lights, and in that dark blackness removed him from the scene. Seen afterwards in the dressing room, he was one of the saddest, sorriest looking fellows you ever saw in your life. exhibition of competence. Production is an exhibition of competence, an exercise of competence. Play can become eventually very boring because it has no cycle, which proves the competence. No cycle there at all. So he skied on water skis, so the crowd cheered. So he had to ski on water skis, so the crowd cheered. What's he got? Nothing. But his morale went up because he exhibited confidence. Now, production actually confirms it. A fellow who really, one time in a bunch of actors were under training, and they were just hammered and pounded and pounded and hammered. These were Hollywood actors, starlets and that sort of thing, going to be the stars of tomorrow and so on, in a theatrical training group used by the big studios. And they hammered and pounded those poor guys, the most invalidating, mean, snarling. My God, no stage director would ever be as mean as those instructors were. Sarcastic, weird mimicry, awful. After about 3 months of it, these actors became utterly impervious to it and were able to exhibit confidence to their own complete and their group satisfaction, regardless of what anybody said. They got so they knew competence. They knew competence in themselves. The morale came way up. They became very cocky. So their morale wasn't necessarily built by everybody being nice to them. PR is not necessarily being nice. To bring people out of apathy, the PR campaign would be fear. Demonstration of competence. Now, I've had a couple of busts by Commodore's messengers here. They were tricked by a piece of electronic equipment and so on. You never saw anybody look so woebegone in their lives and drag around for the next day or so. But these young characters actually have their own concept of competence. It is fairly high. You don't often see some of the hills they're put to climb. You probably see them going back and forth sometime. You see them, they go down the ladder in that way, and then they come back. And then they go down the ladder in that way, and then they come back. And then they go down the ladder in that way, and they come back. And then they go down the ladder that way, and they come back. Have you ever seen this? Maybe some of you have been subjected to it. What is actually going on is they're being asked to accumulate data, ask questions, find out what the score is, get an order across, find out what's happening, and be able to relay the thing back. So that a situation can be estimated, and if there is no situation, dropped, or, if it's there, handled, or some future planning. Usually, a CEO or executive director hat is basically a planning coordination hat. A planning coordination hat is the real place where planning belongs. It belongs in the executive director's lap. And the coordination can only be done from that status. So, you've seen one of these characters go back and forth, back and forth. Now, very few, and there have been quite a few on that post, fail to eventually get a certain amount of aplomb. and their aplomb and their morale and so on rises considerably out of proportion to their age. You've just seen one go out of here on a mission. Now, I imagine there was a little ripple of shock through the ship when all of a sudden that little kid is going out as a missionaire. Well, that little kid can confront more dumb explanations and more bad data and more false reports and know what to make out of them. They got together one day and they put together a little roster of everybody on the ship that didn't know what they were doing because they never gave them any kind of an answer but an explanation. Their confront of the third dynamic is very, very high. They continuously exhibited competence, and it reflects in their morale. Now, one or two have tried to make the grade, and they haven't actually gotten into the run yet, and their competence didn't match it. And they had a rough time. Momentary. We'll catch them some other time. But competence doesn't just go, your case gain goes up to this line, and then from there on up, it is competence. Actually, the competence sets in coincident with the case gain. Then the demonstration of competence is the basic factor of morale. And production is the evidence of competence. So in production, one gets an exhibition of competence and its evidence. If you want a high morale activity, get them to produce. If you want a low morale activity, have them skip it. Oh, we're just going to be nice to you fellows. You don't have to work. Nobody has to work around here. I mean, we don't work. And you wonder, why the hell are they all falling apart? Why? I'm telling you this because it happens to be true, not because I'm PRing the subject of production. That's the truth of the matter. Now, a guy can run. Actually, it won't be until he runs into a failure that you'll see us begin to feel tired and begin to want a layoff and begin to do this and that and the other thing. Because people involved in this sort of thing are running bodies, there are just so many hours they stay awake, and there's just so long they run without having their gas tanks filled or their batteries recharged or whatever type of body we're at. Well, it's eating, yeah, that's right. It's just so long that one can run, and so it is that a sustained period of production normally should match the fact that you're running an intermittent type of body. A body is intermittent. It's on and it's off, do you see? And you get and that comes basically because you have a sun situation, which is a single sun type planet. There's daylight and there's darkness. There's daylight and there's darkness. In earlier times, nobody wanted to move around much in the darkness, so they started sleeping and so forth. And you'll get some people get this blown out and they start working in the darkness and sleeping in the daylight and so on. They get this all out of phase. I have a perfect cure for insomnia, by the way. A perfect cure for insomnia. Get yourself from the bookstore a whole bunch of fairy tales. Down from the bookstore, just get some fairy tales of various types, fairy tales of different countries and that sort of thing. And sit down and read yourself a fairy tale and you'll go right to sleep. Marvelous. It restimulates having been put to sleep with the same stories for so many lives. Don't count sheep. All right. So a body is intermittent. So therefore, a long sustained period of production requires some intermittency. and that's about the only way you'll get into trouble. But if you try to get an enforced intermittency, and the guys are right in the middle of a cycle, and you make them break off, you've had it. So your intermittency can only take place, really, at the end of cycles. Because the completion of a cycle of action is the other major factor in production. But when a team cycle of action has been completed, or one or two or three team cycles of action have been completed, it's about time somebody said that if it's all the returns in, as those who have got them all in now go on a 24-hour break or something. In other words, you're matching up. This is not necessarily native to anything but bodies. And people were horrified when I was trying to give a plan out here. I imagine it was received with complete horror that 50% of AOSH decay should be whipped up port and starboard, 50-50, and every weekend, one of those port or starboard watch, took the ship out. I imagine this was received with some horror and so forth. Actually, it'd be a marvelous thing. So that every weekend, the fort was held with the port watch, and the starboard watch got themselves a break, and they could go for a sail. This is the type of thing which you have to engage upon with a high production crew. Now, hold your hat again. You have never seen production the way you will see production with the product org officer system. In the first place, it only functions with team. It functions as team action. So your product org officer system then will speed up the velocity of flow to such a degree that it approaches peak load for the individuals concerned, particularly a product officer. It's really something. But morale matches it. You never see so much motion, you'll never see so much high morale, you'll never see so much velocity if you run the system right. So it is not a slight breakthrough because it combines right over into morale. How did we used to have high-speed organizations and here and now have low-speed organizations? The difference is the high-speed organization was producing, the low-speed organization isn't. That's the only difference between the two organizations. It has nothing to do with what you hired on only suppressives or something. That's the difference. You hire 100 people, you're going to get 15 or 20 suppressives. I mean, that's inevitable. But the high-speed organization and the low-speed organizations, the difference between them is production. Now, when I write about this product system, do you agree now that there is some coordination between production, getting something done, and so forth, and morale? You can see that. All right. Now, when I look into this, writing this up, and when I tell people the rules of the product org officer system, they get the words without the music. And you can talk to them, and you can tell them, and so forth, but unless you tell them, listen, there's some music to be gotten here, as well as the words, and unless they've actually gone into an experiential action on a short-term product as part of a product officer, org officer team, why, you'd miss the whole boat. You could read all about this. Well, there's a product officer and org officer. Yes, they have those in General Motors, and they have strikes there. And do you know what they do in General Motors, by the way, on assembly line? They carefully take away from every worker his product. We found out, by the way, that the product officer claims the credit for all of the products produced and gives no credit of any kind to anybody else producing any of the products for him. And if he just continues to take the credits all by himself, his team will go to pieces. If you put men on an assembly line, they're just tightening a nut, and they keep talking about the final product of the automobile, the final product of the automobile. They're immediately glossing over the fact that this guy that's right on that assembly line has a product. He has a seated car or a tightened bolt. He has a product. They never let him have part of the product, so the morale is bad, advertisedly. I don't know that it is. I've never worked on an assembly line. But therefore, it is necessary to let the people have the product, the credit for the product, even though the product is sold or walks out or does something else. They've got the credit for that piece of the product. Now, we have to redefine then what is a product. And a product is a completed cycle of action, which is then can be represented as having been done by definition. See, you'd have to know Scientology. You have to know things like a completed cycle of action for it to make any sense. So don't think you're studying General Motors. So what have you got here? You got a machine that'll run away with you. Just that. If you don't know your OEC, if you don't know your org board, if you don't know everything there is to know about where should be what and who should go which, and how many beans should be over there, and so on, and know this thing cold, you'll never make an org officer. And if you never make an org officer, you never make a product officer, because a product officer, by definition, is a good org officer. Now, the first thing that you have to know about a product officer, he has to want the product. Second thing, he has to be able to recognize the product. Maybe I've got those in reverse. Maybe he has to be able to recognize the product and want the product. But that's for sure. If those two things are missing, skip it. Nothing else is going to happen. You have to be able to recognize a product. Now, this is an interesting skill all by itself, because you could walk down a line of typewriters, of people pounding a typewriter, and not recognize what the product is. It could be done. It would take a little bit doing. But if one is very airy-fairy, he would say the product is answered mail. You see, for one typist, answered mail. For one typist, the org's mail answered. See, now let's get more airy-fairy. Now let's go way outside the whole thing. Of course, answered mail is a product, but it is a sections product. See? So we have to recognize whose product it is and to what does it apply. Now we go outside and we get some airy-fairy statement like, what is your product? And we're talking to some clerk, and he says, communication lines around the world. Oh, boy. He's a telex typist. He's working on the wrong product all the time. He isn't out there putting in communication along the world. He's producing sent and acknowledged telexes, one by one by one by one. He could actually be producing the telexes having to do with one cycle of administrative action, but that's what he's producing. Now, if his communication line is just it's just the product of an acknowledged telex, he got it through to the other end, and he knows he got it through to the other end. If that is his product, you may find that he's too lonely as an individual with that product to have that product be a total exhibition of competence, because do you get the idea? He isn't looking at this as his product. He's thinking of something else as his product, the usual messed up thing. That telex operator would have to be part of a team. And they would have to be part of a briefed team. That's what's important, part of a briefed team. He'd have to know why he was selling the telexes, and he'd have to know what the telex network is, and what these telexes did. He'd have to know a great deal about the organization he was operating for. In other words, he'd have to have an organization hat, and he'd also have a division hat. He'd also have to have a section hat. In short, he would have to be part of a team. Now, when you try to run a bunch of individuals as a product officer on their individual products only, you will find that you are getting into very serious trouble. They're a bunch of individuated people. They are not a team. They are not operating in a team action. Production is essentially a team activity. Now, you've got the stellar star who can water ski beautifully. Very good. Isn't it interesting? It makes a lot of other people want to water ski, too. Actually, the audience is doing a participation as they watch him water ski. Well, that's enough status and enough expertise, and it's rare enough and so on to have other things. So this guy sitting there, you'll run into it often. The reason the telexes don't get answered is because the guy doesn't recognize what this product is. He doesn't know what he's doing with this product. He doesn't know what he's forwarding with this product because he's not a part of a team. Do you see? So, he's part of several groups within one group. The product officer then has to be sure that the team he is operating with is a team. And this brings in the org officer. When they cease to be members of the team, there is the first point where the org officer will find himself with a problem. Guy isn't a member of the team. Now, a fellow can cease to be a member of the team through failures, and you can explain it in numerous other ways. Actually, if you want to really crash somebody's morale, is remove him from post. That's a very cruel, wicked sort of an action. In his own estimation, sometimes necessary to do it. And then you'll find out something interesting as an org officer, that a guy's job is valuable. And so we look further into this universe and this world, and we find only those places where people are unhappy are they unhappy. So your first action of the org officer is hattedness as a member of the team. Now, your product officer has to be able to recognize a product, and he has to want the product. And the org officer has to be able to make somebody a member of the team and give him enough expertise so that he can demonstrate his competence. And if he gives him enough expertise so that he can demonstrate his competence, he becomes a member of the team. So these are quite different functions, aren't they? Now, as an executive director running an org officer and a product officer, you will run into this immediate problem. You won't know who to give orders to. You will become foggy. You will sometimes give the product officer the orders which should go to the org officer. You sometimes give the org officer the products which should go to the product officer. Now, I'm saying this, I'm not putting this up as a possible aberration for you to shoot at. I'm just telling you that this point exists. Otherwise, you'll make ducks and drakes out of this system. Now, we could write all about this in cold words, and you still wouldn't have the music. Because the music is a speed up beyond belief. When you start these two actions together, it's something like mixing fire and dynamite. You get a speed up. As you get that speed up, all those portions of the area, first all those team members who are not really part of the team and so forth, and all those portions of the area at large in which you're running this team will be impinged upon by the team. Because you're running at a much higher velocity level than the area is running, and it inevitably will happen. There will even be a thought like maybe we ought to slow this thing down. It's something like this. It's the old story about the salt mill. And the salt mill started grinding out salt, and it perpetually ground out salt, and nobody could stop this thing from grinding out salt. Part of an old story. And it ground out so much salt that nobody could put any of the salt anyplace, so they threw it in the ocean. That's why the ocean is salty. It's still down there grinding out salt. But there's some thought like, hey, somewhere along the line you say, any product officer, all of a sudden, it'll be, if he wishes to trace it back, he's just had a little failure 10 to 15, 20 minutes ago, or that morning or something. He'll trace it back saying, I ought to slow this thing down. Let's slow this thing down a little bit, because this is starting to roar. Now that is the music that goes along with this system. Now look at the factors which are stacked up here. The scarcest thing in the universe is a hat. And you will find, first and foremost, the org officer will find at every one of his blunder points an unworn hat. The person will have not quite taken over the hat. The person will have really just left the hat. The person is not wearing his hat. Well, now that not wearing his hat is insufficiently expletive, or it doesn't explain it enough, rather, for the org officer to handle the situation. He's going in and he says, wear your hat, No. The org officer has got to be an expert mini-hatter. Now, you can run through an organization as an executive, and you can actually hat people without any hat, check sheet, or pack. You can tell them, there's your post, there's where you are on the org board, there's the division, this is your boss, and you're supposed to sit there and do so-and-so. But that's just a lick and a promise. That's about as good as any business ever does. And then the guy is there for a year or two, and he finds out what his job is, maybe. He actually has never been hatted. Now, this rapid hatting is always your first action of the org officer. It isn't ethics. It's just a rapid hatting. Because the guy really must have some kind of a doubt or misunderstood, or he didn't quite know what he was doing, or he didn't quite something or other, and he'll get killed in the rush. And it's only kindness to hat him, and hat him rapidly, because he's something like a soccer player that has thrown himself across the shins of his fellow teammates. They not only will get some sore shins, they will start getting mad at him. He becomes a social pariah very quickly. And so, therefore, the org officer has to be there to catch the ball, putting the guy back in the team line. Now, he can always put a better team member there. He can always put a better organization there. Now, you as executive director, if you were operating with an org officer, you have to have a pretty big-sized org to be operating with a product officer and an org officer. Normally speaking, the executive director would be the product officer. He'd be both the product officer and the planning officer, and he'd have an org officer backing him up. Get a little bit larger, he's the planning officer, coordinating officer. He's got a product officer. He's got an org officer. And you get a little bit bigger than this. He has to have a messenger, and he has to have a PR man. And the product officer actually is the person who handles the PR man. And then the org officer will use the results of the PR and so forth, because you're doing rapid survey, because what slowed your production down? Human emotion and reaction. So PR suddenly swings into the line. Now, I clarified PR with you first, that you wouldn't have misunderstood thinking you should be nice to people or something. By all means, be nice to people, but it isn't the substance of PR. PR is that technology which handles human emotion and reaction. So, that's what you're going to run into. Now, why isn't this guy hatted? Well, he could be unhatted by ignorance, which is the charitable fact, or he can be unhatted by human emotion and reaction. You know, I'm not going to play. I'm going to sit over here on the sidelines, and so forth. The last time they went down the field, they kicked me in the ribs, and they're still sore. So the org officer is actually in the business of picking up the pieces and putting the team back together again. The product officer is only interested in products. And you, as executive director, have to be able to get these two things untangled so that you just know them instinctively. Pongo. Or a product officer has to know these things instinctively. Both of them have to know the organization inside out. There's a system by which you do this, and which I advocate. In Org Series 10, the analysis of organization by product, we find there are 4 products. These 4 products are the established machine, the machine's product, the corrected machine, and the corrected product. In other words, there's the established machine and the corrected machine. Just think of a generator. There's putting the generator there, and then there's repairing it. Okay? And then the product officer, he didn't have anything to do with this machine except just saying what speed it's to be run at and so forth and so on, because he's not interested in the machine. He's interested in what the machine is producing. It's either producing power delivered, or it's producing electricity, or it's producing something. So that is what he's interested in. So, naturally, your org officer has the establishment, the establishment. He's got the establishment. He establishes the establishment. And when it goes a little awry, he corrects the establishment. So he has products 1 and 3. And then we've got the product that the establishment has, or the many products which it has, and then the correction of the product as 2 and 4. The pattern that is followed on this is, when the product officer finds himself, this is the law governing it, when the product officer finds himself with product 4, which is correcting the establishment's product, he immediately shoots it over to the org officer, organizationally, at 3, who tries to get it back to 1. So it goes 4, 3, 1. You follow this now. The org officer's finding out he's having to, where the devil is the wolf? And wolf, and wolf, and wolf, and wolf. Well, he goes right ahead and gets that. He doesn't try to put the establishment together. He doesn't try to correct the establishment any. He can grab anybody that's passing by and say, tally on to this wolf and produce this wolf right away. Do you see? But at the same time he's doing that, he's got to make some kind of a notation in passing and slide it back. Hey, the wolf cutter wasn't here. And that goes to the org officer, and now the org officer somehow or other got to get that corrected thing. And these two guys work against and with each other on entirely separate things. Now, the org officer does not work for the executive director or the CO. The org officer works for the product officer. The first product of an executive director or commanding officer is a product officer. The first product of the product officer is an org officer. The first product of the org officer is an HCO area secretary, and the first product of the HCO area secretary is an HCO. HCO continues the establishment. Now, with that in train, and keeping that in mind, and tracking back to it when you find the system is going like it, now you just concentrate on products as the executive director or a product officer. Just concentrate on products, just products, that's all. You don't take your attention off of products and say, I wonder why the organization didn't get its FP into the woggle box, and why we didn't get any raw materials into the fuel spits, and so forth. Keep it on product 2, product 2, product 2. Each time you slide into the corrected product of the establishment, slide it to the org officer and say, hey, hey, hey. There's no waffle cutter here. You know, we're cutting waffles over here. We don't have any waffle cutter. Now, this makes the org officer go a bit out of phase. So he has four things. He has the immediate action. He has the medium-range action. He has the long-range action. And he has the very long-range action, which is what's this place going to look like 2 years from now? What's it going to look like in 6 months? And what are we going to have here in 6 months? That's your long-range action. The medium-range action, organizationally, and so forth, well, that's maybe a couple of weeks. The immediate, that's anything from 5 minutes to a day or something like that. Usually, in actual practice, probably about 10, 15, 20 minutes. I'll get you a wog cutter. You know, coming. So these operate one to the other, and the org officer, let's go back to basics now, he has to know a product when he sees one. And he has to want that product, and he has to get that product, which is the third line. That product he's got to get. He might not get it on schedule. It might not be as fancy as it was. It might not be as big as it is, but he's got to get it. Now, one of the greatest training mechanisms in which you can go through with this system is to get a short-term, close-up organizational action. Training in a flag bureau or a liaison officer, you actually are on a very hot line, yes, but the product is not as visual in its final accomplishment. For instance, your product is a project which is sent out, let us say. All right, that's fine. It doesn't give you as neat a view. It gives you a plenty good view, and they work great as teams. Is working with something, what's my product? Let us say, let's take a ship. Product, a voyage. Now, this was the write-up. This was the write-up which ensued in trying to get this product called Voyage. This is actually Flagship Order 201. It's Investigation Remedy of Sailing Delay. All of a sudden, I noticed that we didn't have a product. Now, I decided this was a good time to get my hands dirty on the subject of product officer, org officer system. So I stepped in, and much to the dismay of everybody involved and so forth, operated as a product officer without an org officer for about 48 hours. Just to find out what this was all about. Do it. Working on a tight-up product like a voyage. That's the product. Well, we have to get the product started. And the product wasn't starting. There was all kinds of wild things going on. Now, because I wasn't operating with an org officer, some of those cycles are still going on at this moment that came out of this. Although this date is 1 January, which was 18 days ago. Making it a medium-range project. So after I got all this, I wrote it all up. And working on this, trying to get the voyage started. The voyage begun 58 minutes late, and the faulty product, of course, was traced down. Like, how come? Actually, it had to do with not getting cleared. And somebody had let a customs official and the agent go ashore to come back later. And we found that an outness there was that there was an apparency of a person scheduling the sailing of the ship who shouldn't have been. In other words, we found a counter policy. Now, by getting that out of the way and somehow getting the voyage started, and then carrying on that voyage to complete that voyage as a product and nothing but a product, and then working on a product at the end of that line, I was able to get a first-hand knowledge of this system. These were the products which I worked on. One of the first things I found out is you have to be able to recognize the product you're working on with no nonsense. You've got to state that's the product. It doesn't matter whether it's in a policy letter or not. It's the product you're working on at that moment. You'll find yourself working as a product officer on a typing typist. See? I got a product here. I got a typing typist. This is the product, you see, and you'll start working on a typing typist and suddenly realize that you're working on an org officer's product. Do you follow? So you find yourself, you can't get these mimeos out, so you've got a product in your lap, which is a typing typist. That's an org officer product. So you promptly would get a hold of the org officer and say, for heaven's sakes, give me a typing typist so I can get my attention back on this mimeo. So there, you would be a little bit late. But if you couldn't identify what product your attention was on, you might find yourself working with the wrong product which belonged to the org officer. Do you see what I mean? So, now what would have missed then is you were trying to get a mimeoed project. And you're trying to finish this up so that you could say, period, to that. That is the product I'm working on. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in 4. You're having to do something to correct this thing, and it's not coming out in the org line. Then you just shift it over. It's obviously a 3. So it goes over to 3. You say to the org officer, give me a typing typist. Then the org officer can do that right away, and then try to get the establishment back into line on a medium range thing, like get enough typists in Mimeo, you know. And that might become a long range, trying to employ some, and so on, and it drift around that way. But they'd have to know what to operate on. So that it's necessary for the product officer to make notes of everything he passes to the org officer. If you were the commanding officer in this instance, you'd write up something like this product of voyage. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. And then this is passed over to the org officer. And he can jolly well repair all this and patch it up. Now, what got in the road of this is the fact that the 2 orgs split. This thing has not been totally done yet. Do you see? Now, the way to drill yourself as an executive director on this thing is to write product 1, the establishment, product 3, the corrected establishment, product 2, the establishment's product, and the corrected product of the establishment is 4. All right? Now, you get those cards. You can put them down on your desk. That's product 1, 2, 3, 4 with these wordings written on them. And then you put down volume, quality, viability on 3 separate cards. And every action you do, just turn these cards to the right one. And all of a sudden, all the clouds will come out of your skull on the subject, and you'll be able to have the right things to the product officer, and so on. Product officer can do this. What am I working on? See, each one of the products has volume, quality, and viability. Now, this whole subject goes along on this, that an intermittent or ununiform, now an intermittent flow is one thing, but a non-uniform flow is quite something else. And what will really get in your hair is non-uniformity on your assembly line. So, one of your main things of a product officer is spotting non-uniformity so that he can hand it to the org officer to get uniformities. Well, I'll give you a weird one. We have a staff hat. 50% of the staff members have one staff hat, and the other 50% have another staff hat. Entirely different. That tell them to write their dispatches an entirely different way and route them in entirely different routings. You've got a dog's breakfast at once. Now, that would be a gross, silly example. Yet we have a tech services, just 24 hours ago, who had some of their auditors writing up their sessions immediately after the session, and the bulk of their auditors writing up all their sessions later. Some of their auditors came to tech services to ask for a PC, and some of the auditors had an arrangement whereby the PC was sent to the session. Now, you see what I mean about non-uniform flow? In other words, you've got a non-uniformity, which is so great here that you can't get a team function. When people are unhatted entirely, you get almost total non-uniform flows, and total non-uniform flows can become so great that they practically overwhelm an org. Yet at this time when I speak, I doubt there are very few orgs which have staff members which have done a staff hat. Just the basic staff hat. Practically none of them around. It's almost an unknown action at this immediate time. So you see, by not having in a basic staff hat, or a basic division hat, or a basic section hat, or a department hat, or a section hat, if you don't have those things, you'll get a non-uniform flow. So your production line won't run. And now you've got trouble. So as far as the group is concerned, it's the non-uniformity of flow and different systems at work internally, which then sort of block it all up. And if the individual gets across the track of the team members, or the department gets across the track of the team members, when it isn't wearing its hat. So just remember, there are two types of hats. There's the hat of the group and the hat of the individual. And if you don't have a group that is fairly uniformly hatted, you're going to run into a certain amount of trouble. They have to have some kind of a group hat. Now, with that, you can get a tremendous amount of action out of all of this. I'm trying to give you the music. You can read all the rules and laws. I'm trying to give you the music that goes along with it. It's a wham, bam, boom. You have to be right on the ball. You have to be right on the ball as a product officer and as an org officer. Now, one of the ways a product officer keeps track of the org officer is everything he passes to the org officer, he says date, item, date, item, date, item, date, item. He can say more than that if he wants to. Now, he keeps a record of this. He keeps a notebook. He's got to keep a notebook of this so that he knows if the establishment is improving. Now, how would he know if the establishment is improving? Because the notes he gave to the org officer in the week from the 1st to the 7th should be different than the notes he gives to the org officer between the 7th and the 14th. And if they are not, then the org officer is being ineffective. Now, there's an immediate check, of course, instant check on a well-satisfied org on the product officer of that org. Oh, it is a marvelous check. It's the stats. Now, I hope we don't change the method of reporting of our present stats, because they give us, in some mysterious way, they are not just volume stats. And they interlock in such a way that they're subject to an analysis of the whole org. Whereas the product of each department, or the 4 final valuable products of the org, or something like this, if they were simply staticized, you might not be able to get a total picture. So volume stats, which do not give you any idea of viability and no idea of quality, can give you a false picture. For instance, we had some very, very high hour stats without any completions. Now, let me show you how an org officer could change that picture. It's rather fantastic, by the way. I can't give you the exact to the hour minute. I just had a report on it because I'm not sure how far we are into this week. What is today? All right. During the previous week, stemming back from last Thursday, they had 6 completions at 58 hours each. From Thursday till Monday, period, after it had been worked over, product officer-wise, and so forth, it had improved to, I think, something on the order of 16 completions at about 16 hours each. Now, what's the quality of the completion? Well, the quality is fairly well guaranteed because there isn't any completion permitted to go through the lines that is not an attest. And we haven't put down a success line, but in your machinery, if it was put down also as a success line, if the success line was well in, you would have your quality check. Now, it could be very, very misleading. This organization audited 401 hours. Well, you say, great. We've got one right now. We've got an org which has a very high rising stat of very well done auditing hours and a reducing stat, almost in danger, on completions. So what they're doing? Well, they could easily be repairing repairs and doing all sorts of things. But I was just showing there is a stat change as a result of the product officer's intervention backed up by an org officer. That sir changed the hell out of that, didn't it? Bongo. Now, these things run very fast. These things run very fast. And you get into the most amazing tangles. And you get into the most wild jungles you ever heard of. It's enough to discourage most anybody, and a fellow just ought to quit, of course. But what we're trying to do, of course, is bring about a product. And that product has got to be of good quality, and then we've got the factor of viability. Now, what knocks people's eyeballs out is viability does not necessarily have anything to do with money. What coin is the division spending? An SGC spends an auditor's hour. The student hour and the instructor minute are the coins being spent by a training division. Now, what do they buy with it? Now, if they owe too many, here's your backlog. They can be bankrupt. And a lot of orgs right now are running on they're bankrupt with auditing hours. There's a lot of orgs right this minute are bankrupt on auditing hours. It has nothing to do with cash. They owe far more auditing hours than they have any possibility of delivering. Well, what's an exchange money system? You owe more money than you've got, brother, you're bankrupt. Now let's look at this in the form of economics. Let's move it right out of the field of money. And you'll find out that the economics of this situation open the field of economics wide open. You've got a subject of economics opening up in front of you. We haven't touched it. But economics actually is not the buck that is published in a printing press someplace. It has to do with viability. And there's an internal production viability, like which you start studying this thing, you become absolutely amazed. For instance, how many minutes of the MAA's time buys a product of a corrected situation? Now, if you add the number of corrected situations that the MAA has engaged upon in investigation leading to a correction, and you divide that into the number of work minutes of the MAA, you have his viability. Now, you take the number of situations which exist that aren't corrected, and the average amount of time it will take to correct them, and you may find yourself with a bankrupt MAA. Just like that. Now, what do you owe and what do you got? Now, an overmanned post could also be expressed this way. You have 3 MAAs and you have 2 situations a week. So the number of MAA minutes which you're spending to handle the 2 situations, that may be that only 2 situations exist a week. The police solve this, by the way, very well. They just go out and make the situations. We don't go in for that sort of thing, but there we are. So viability to a product officer is, what has he got to spend? For God's sake, spend it. And what can he buy with it? And don't owe too much of it that he can't supply. In other words, these are factors that are involved with the economics of the job. The economics of the job is, what is the coin of this division? What is the coin of this section? How many does it owe? How many does it have? What is it buying with this coin? And so on. Now, oddly enough, you'll find all this translates directly over into money if you're in a commercial society, or it would translate directly over into shoe coupons in a communist society. Because the basis of money is, of course, money is an idea backed with confidence, or enforced confidence, and is actually a representation. The basis of money is eggs and beans. It is not gold. Gold is a complete non sequitur, wrong item. Because when inflation occurs, what do they drop back to? When an inflation occurs, they drop back to barter. They don't drop back to gold. So therefore, the basis of money is barter. And what does an org have that is barter? Eggs for hams, milk for shoes. What does it have to barter with? It has minutes. Production minutes. Do you see? So actually the internal economics of an org is, what have you got to spend? Are you spending it? Do you owe more than you could have to spend? If you just regard an auditing hour, for instance, a coin. If you regard the PR man's time and staff time, what he is buying with the number of surveys, what they're buying with the number of campaigns, what they're buying with the number of releases, and so forth, against this, ignoring totally the amount of cash involved, you will have the actual ecology of the PR department. Now, the product there might wind up in a final product which has value. If they're working on campaigns to sell something and so forth, the sales and the investment of time and the number of products that it took that much sales gives you the economy of the PR man. Now, if you want to reverse all this back to shorthandedness, sloppily, you can, I said sloppily, you can translate it across to money in each case. But it's very sloppy. PR costs us $6,000 a month, and that's what it costs us, $6,000 a month. And let's see, we had 3 stories published in the local newspaper, and therefore those stories cost $2,000 apiece. Well, there's some fact in it. There's some fact in it, but it's sloppy. It doesn't take into account anything about the efficiency or the cleverness or the anything else and so forth. Now, if there was one PR man there and he got 3 newspaper stories published in a month, he wouldn't be doing too bad, providing they weren't just death notices or something. Do you see? He wouldn't be doing too bad if he had.
My bad, y'all. Please hold. I don't know what's going on with the audio right now. I've actually never listened to any of these lectures myself, so I did not know if any of them might have been corrupted. Please hold.
FEBC-28SO, a tape-recorded lecture given by L. Ron Hubbard on the 28th of February, 1968. The title of this lecture is Ship Missions. It is 39 minutes and 56 seconds long. Copyright C, 1968-1975 by L. Ron Hubbard. All world performance rights reserved. This recording has been re-recorded by the Flag Audio Unit of the flagship Apollo of the Sea Organization. And now here is L. Ron Hubbard.
This is a talk to officers as of the 28th of February 1968 with regard to ship missions. Now, what this talk is all about and what I want to take up with you is you're falling apart. Minor matter. Steward's department is doing very well. Certain other bits on the ship are doing all right. But as far as the ship's purpose is concerned and the functions of the various officers in those functions, you're not doing all right at all. And the form of the 7 division org purposes of the ship here has got to be looked at, and the hats and so on worn. For instance, right now we've got a planning officer, the second mate, who was also the operations officer, and who was also handling debrief in some fashion or another. We actually lack an operations officer. The purser is not furnishing the wherewithal or planning up the materiel of mission parties. Debrief is not capturing all debrief and consolidating it into an appreciation, because debrief is occurring in different ways, such as direct reports to me and also a debrief and some report to the planning officer and so on. So what this is all about is simply we're not holding the 7 division form of the org with regard to missions and regarding to zones of responsibility. And the reason this mission is going off of the edges occurred because planning was in actual fact forwarded late. As near as I can figure out, had not been approved by the captain or understood, and was in All
right, I'm going to be switching it from this to something else. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to try to go back to the FEBC.
is bring about a product, and that product has got to be of good quality, and then we've got the factor of viability. Now, what knocks people's eyeballs off is viability does not necessarily have anything to do with money. What coin is the division spending? An SGC spends an auditor's hour. The student hour and the instructor minute are the coins being spent by a training division. Now, what do they buy with it? Now, if they owe too many, here's your backlog. They can be bankrupt, and a lot of orgs right now are running on they're bankrupt with auditing hours. There's a lot of orgs right this minute are bankrupt on auditing hours. It had nothing to do with cash. They owe far more auditing hours than they have any possibility of delivering. Well, what's an exchange money system? You owe more money than you got, brother, you're bankrupt. Now let's look at this in the form of economics. Let's move it right out of the field of money. And you'll find out that the economics of this situation open the field of economics wide open. You got a subject of economics opening up in front of you. We haven't touched it. But economics actually is not the buck that is published in a printing press someplace. It has to do with viability. And there's an internal production viability, like which you start studying this thing, you become absolutely amazed. For instance, how many minutes of the MAA's time buys a product of a corrected situation? Now, if you add the number of corrected situations that the MAA has engaged upon an investigation leading to a correction, and you divide that into the number of work minutes of the MAA, you have his viability. Now, you take the number of situations which exist that aren't corrected, and the average amount of time it will take to correct them, and you may find yourself with a bankrupt MAA. Just like that. Now, what do you owe and what do you got? Now, an overmanned post could also be expressed this way. You have 3 MAAs and you have 2 situations a week. So the number of MAA minutes which you're spending to handle the 2 situations, it may be that only 2 situations exist a week. The police solve this, by the way, very well. They just go out and make the situations. We don't go in for that sort of thing, but there we are. So viability to a product officer is what has he got to spend, for God's sake spend it, and what can he buy with it? And don't owe too much of it that he can't supply. In other words, these are factors that are involved with the economics of the job. The economics of the job is what is the coin of this division? What is the coin of this section? How many does it owe? How many does it have? What is it buying with this coin? And so on. Now, oddly enough, you'll find all this translates directly over into money if you're in a commercial society, or it would translate directly over into shoe coupons in a communist society. Because the basis of money is, of course, money is an idea backed with confidence, or enforced confidence, and is actually a representation. The basis of money is eggs and beans. It is not gold. Gold is a complete non sequitur, wrong item. Because when inflation occurs, what do they drop back to? When an inflation occurs, they drop back to barter. They don't drop back to gold. So therefore, the basis of money is barter. And what does an org have that is barter? Eggs for hams, milk for shoes. What does it have to barter with? It has minutes, production minutes. Do you see? So actually the internal economics of an org is what have you got to spend? Are you spending it? Do you owe more than you could have to spend? If you just regard an auditing hour, for instance, a coin. If you regard the PR man's time and staff time, what he is buying with the number of surveys, what they're buying with the number of campaigns, what they're buying with the number of releases, and so forth, against this, ignoring totally the amount of cash involved, you will have the actual ecology of the PR department. Now, the product there might wind up in a final product which has value. If they're working on campaigns to sell something and so forth, the sales and the investment of time and the number of products that it took that much sales gives you the economy of the PR man. Now, if you want to reverse all this back to shorthandedness, sloppily, I said sloppily, you can translate it across to money in each case. But it's very sloppy. PR costs us $6,000 a month, and that's what it costs us, $6,000 a month. And let's see, we had 3 stories published in the local newspaper, and therefore those stories cost $2,000 apiece. Well, there's some fact in this. There's some fact in it, but it's sloppy. It doesn't take into account anything about the efficiency or the cleverness or the anything else and so forth. Now, if there was one PR man there and he got 3 newspaper stories published in a month, he wouldn't be doing too bad, providing they weren't just death notices or something. Do you see, he wouldn't be doing too bad if he had page 2, page 3 blurbs of some kind or other. Some actor's PR man would be deliriously happy with this. It might cost quite a little bit to do so, but maybe it required a tremendous amount of cleverness. So quality went into this, didn't it? So what was your final product? It was printed publicity in the mass news media, or the TV minutes, or something like that. So you figure these things out. You could get quite dizzy doing this. Until all of a sudden it becomes very real. You find out such thing as the auditor who didn't audit today has just cost you 5 auditing hours you will never get back. It's a decaying coin. It isn't anything to be put in the bank. That's 5 hours that were never spent, so they didn't buy anything. You get this kind of thing, and you say, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? Now you turn over to the org officer, what's going on there? Something like that. Or you get into some kind of a programmed action. And you can figure out the economy of something. What is the economy of a section, a department, a division, an org? You can get too tight to this, but if you don't follow it through from the valuable final products, well, that's PCs, students, different types of students, course supervisors, money. These are valuable final products of an org. Valuable final products because they translate into the society. Now we're into a completely new subject. They translate into the society for the wherewithal to survive. A valuable final product, by definition, is something that can be translated into the society for the wherewithal to survive, just by definition. Therefore, you could run an org in a communist society, so therefore we've jumped up ahead of the economic pattern which we have been occupying before. Not that we intend to go into a communist society, but you do have, it does translate. Now, what do you know? We had some people in Washington and so forth who trade in furniture for auditing and that sort of thing. That's a barter action. But it translates up into money, and because the furniture doesn't then translate into food, it's not a very good deal. So no staff member can eat unless they can translate so it isn't a barter economy, it's a cash economy. You walk into the Safeway with an overstuffed chair and it doesn't buy a thing. It would in Russia. Rubles, snoobles, who wants rubles? Where's my shoes? And they told me 3 years ago they had a 5-year plan on shoes, and it ain't up yet, so therefore I got to go 2 more years with no shoes. Anyhow, do you get something of what the product officer's working with? So he's actually working with an economy. What is the production? What did the production cost? These are the things which he is asking for. But he isn't asking for what did the production cost in dollars. He's asking for what did the production cost in terms of the coin of what was producing it. And what is the coin? So a product officer has to recognize the coin. And the org officer has to make it valid coin. Let's have an auditing hour. Oh boy, that's general. And they're not delivering any auditing hours to amount to anything because the public doesn't come in anymore or something or other and so on. How valuable is this coin, an auditing hour? Well, a bad auditing hour would be a very bad coin. Somehow or another, the org officer would be required to increase the value of the coin, an auditing hour. But the product officer has also got to work on the value of this coin by getting it better applied. So there's where they get their heads together, because they're both into it with the economy. One's got it to spend, and the other's spending it. It's a product officer that says what this division should be working on in the way of its product. So the validity of the coin and the value of the coin and so forth can be disturbed by working on something that isn't very valuable as a product. So just as there are various nuances and changes in an economic system, so there is in this product officer, org officer system. They've got all of the economic values are right there in the middle of the org. We produced our grade 2 release today. What did it cost? I can hear it now. What did it cost? Well, actually, it was a very tough PC, and it cost 15 auditing hours and 7 hours in review. Yes, that's what it cost. What did we get for it? How much are we selling an auditing hour here for today, and so forth? Well, that was how much the value of that thing was, and we all of a sudden will find something amazing if you follow that back, that we're on a slightly wrong track. Selling auditing hours doesn't pay. Too valuable. I'll give you a wild economy. This is not an org's economy that we operate on at Flag. We don't operate here. Neither does CLO. It operates on a different economy because it's got one more via. It's what can it make the org make? And can it make the org make enough to afford having made the org make it? Do you follow? Now, I'll tell you something shocking, and what introduces this whole thing. I can tell you a great deal more about this. This is a ball. There is the subject of economics. You want to work it out, you fool with it in your head, and all of a sudden you say, hey, what? You know, gee whiz, God. How can we make this place more viable? How can we make that division more viable? Well, you could make the division more viable actually filing the stuff into the CF folders instead of letting it occupy floor space. Then it would have something to spend. So you could go on with this considerably along the economic lines. Don't let me detour you too far, because the basic thing is the product officer gets the product, and the org puts the org there that gets the product, and the product officer is senior to the org officer. Why? Well, that's because the product of the org is not the org. But you've got to have an org in order to get a product. Now, the way you increase the quality, is increase the organization, and that is a basic law. That isn't a comment. You increase the organization. You increase the quality of the organization. You increase the quality of the coins the organization is spending. And you will increase the quality of the product. So the PCs in the neighborhood that you're auditing are not feeling very well, and they're not happy with their gains and so forth. How do you increase that? Do you go in and yell at the auditors? No. Some of that will serve. Yell at the CS? No. You have to sit back and project this, and you'll find out there's something wrong with your organizational assembly line, which is another subject entirely different. There's something wrong with this. The PCs come in at reception of the registrar, and the registrar sets their schedule in auditing. And then, having set the schedule in auditing, there's no auditor there at that time. Anyhow, you have 35 auditors who are delivering some of them 2.5 hours a week. And You get the idea. Your assembly line is bonkers. So there's no tech services, so that nobody can find the PC's folder, so he's audited without one. This just gives you some of the horror stories that you might run along. We don't know what to run on this PC, so we'll run anything that comes to somebody's mind. This is a terrible thing. So you increase your organization. You increase its effectiveness. You may have to increase it numerically. You certainly refine the steps. And you certainly uniformize the actions. One of the first things to increase the efficiency of an organization that happens is the most obvious one, which is the org officer simply walks up to the registrar and says, "What is your hat?" And the registrar says, "Scheduling PCs." Well, he's got it solved right there. The org officer's got it solved right that minute. It's all solved. Now, let's take the misunderstoods out of this. Now, here's a meter, and you sit there, and I'll sit here. And now, what does the word registrar mean? You could go at it that crudely, or that you could go at it that thoroughly, or you could do it a number of different ways. But what you're trying to do is get the registrar to wear the hat of registering and selling packages of this and that. Now, one of the things that you run into in your teamwork of trying to do this is sometimes registrars think they're selling pie in the sky because they're totally unfamiliar with what product there is. They sign it up on this end of the line, and the internal briefings of the organization are so scarce and so rare that they don't really know what comes up out of the other end of the line, particularly if the re-sign-up line is out. So they don't know what's happening. And I've had registrars think they were just selling pie in the sky when the pre-clerks were just happy as jaybirds. Totally out of communication. Now, the registrar feeling guilty of an overt every time they sold some auditing. I've actually had this happen, actually, in 2 orgs, not just one. So I put the registrar back on an information line of a success story line. And that's looked very practical, like the registrar sitting there with a packet of success stories. Well, they say, "Well, I can read these to the PC," or something like that. Somebody wrote them, and so forth. Well, see, obviously he's not a member of a team. In other words, you haven't got a team operating. Now, that was true right here. We had some public division people who did not know, actually, and we were actually producing some miracles at a low level here in quality. We were actually producing some absolute miracles. People had come down from here and there, and we were auditing them up, and all of a sudden they didn't have to have their epizootics cut out, and so forth. And they never got in on it. And they didn't get in on it to the point where they never mentioned it to anybody. Here was your promotion people actually didn't know what product you had. So they, of course, were not very enthusiastic about pushing the product because they didn't know what the product is. So an essential in any team is briefing. The people have to know what the hell's going on, that's all. The product officer, if he had a PR, he would have a sort of a cheerleader who kept everybody informed as to what was going on. And you'd get the PR function of interpreting the policies of management and so forth being used as briefing staff and so on. So you'd get an org magazine and so forth. Well, usually this falls off to a total banality. It's the quality or difficulties you're having with products which would determine that, because your public involved, of course, is your staff. And there's too little briefing. People are too poorly informed. When you have a staff meeting, why, people, they want to know about the new water stand that's going to be put in the hall or something. That isn't what they're for. It'd be to keep them informed as a team. So essentially, first, last, and always, it is a team. Now, how does an org become a team? All right, well, I'll tell you that very rapidly. The deputy secretary is the org officer. The secretary of the division is the product officer. there is an org officer and there is a product officer for every division. And then there's an org officer and a product officer for the org. So the org officer has all the product. He's got all of the number one org officers under him as a conference. And the product officer has got all of the product officers under him as a conference. These are two conferences. The product conference senior to the org conference. So the product conference lays it out, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to get the products and so forth, and they write up the projects and products and plan everything else of what they're going to do in order to get this thing out, and then they make sure that they keep that machine running that way. And the org officer, with your org officer conference, they've got a certain deadline, and they're coming up to the planning of the next 15 days and so forth of operation. That's the org actions which we're going to have to take, because we've got in front of us the product conference. The product conference has decided this is what they're going to have, so therefore we're going to have to put in this action here in order to back this up. Now those product projects would be immediate, which are done verbal. Maybe with a note in a notebook, maybe on a scrap of paper, but it would be hotline. Then they would be medium range, then they would be long range, and then they would be very long range. Now, that makes a team. When you get a fair-sized org, that's the team you're working with. There'd be an executive director, an org officer, a product officer. The deputy secretaries would make up the conference for organization, handling products 1 and 3, and the product officers, which are the secretaries, would be handling the products which they have to push out. They would find all sorts of things that their teamwork would involve by deadline, and teamwork is established by time deadline within some reasonable facet, so that your org is always working on your immediate, medium, long, and very long range. Very few orgs even work on medium range. It's usually immediate. Well, you want to get out of immediate if you possibly can. That's what makes it a team. Now, naturally, your product conference has to occur before your org conference has to occur. And it isn't a question of whether or not the product conference can order or the org conference can rebut. And it isn't a democratic problem at all. It's the product conference orders the org conference, and the org conference tries to cope with the things that they can't move ahead with their project. So it takes a double project situation. Now, in your target series, it's the org conference would be handling the primary targets. So the product conference could write something up that they wanted in that division, and the org officer of that division would have to write the primaries for it. But the primaries can appear actually as on a separate issue. Now, what determines all of this? It would be determined by the planning officer. The planning officer should then be terrifically well informed. You can't have an executive director or an executive director serving as a product officer sitting in an ivory tower. A product officer's best friends are his feet. It's just run, here, there, and so on, up, down, back, and forth. I can keep 4 messengers busy around the clock when I'm running along this particular line, and so on, and then I myself pulling back off this line and getting more service, more communication lines, have not done as much moving about as I might have, but when I started to become a product officer, I found out I was running my messengers to death and I was running two. So it's based on the reality of the situation, and if the data isn't coming into you, why, you don't have it. Now, the data is a stat. The data is a stat. That is the data. That's the data you've got to have. It's a stat. I'm repeating that several times because it's really, really, honest to God, it is pathetic how people will fall for what we could call, laughingly, we shouldn't use the word in this because we've got nothing dignified up, just PR. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's heartbreaking, actually, to trace back the reports you erroneously operated on because you get into a wrong way. And you all of a sudden have removed Gertrude when her stats were out the roof. Do you see? And you've promoted Gus, and the next guy onto the post finds out there weren't any files there, that he was raising rats. Do you see? And what tells you is stats, but stats must be real. Stats must be actual. Stats do not always represent quality, and they do not also represent viability. For instance, you hear an auditor say, well, I had 55 hours or something last month or something like this. Now, we put quality on it when we said FNVGIs at the examiner. That determined the quality of his auditing. It doesn't always determine the quality of his auditing because the auditor can end the session. And the PC is so relieved he gets FNVGIs. But it does straighten up, and it does keep the line. And all of a sudden, auditors had to start producing. And better tech started coming out of the assembly line when that was the criterion. Now, the number of lost hours you get are also important, and if you don't see those on a stat, they could overwhelm you. So you have to know how many auditors are auditing for the stat to be real. It could totally overwhelm those well-done auditing hours. I mean, so they got 50 well-done auditing hours that week. Oh, well, great, great. There were 525 expended. What kind of a field are you going to have very shortly? So your stat has to be a real stat. You have to know what this stat is. You have to be familiar with a stat. You have to know the tricks of a stat. It isn't that you see an up stat and you say, well, it wasn't good quality, so you can't have the stat. No, that's your fault for not having a good stat there that also represented the quality. All right. Now, how much can organization improve things? We're a very long way from being perfect at this stage of the game, a very, very long way. Yet we are vested in a great deal of information, technical data, training expertise, and so forth, and we certainly have technology that hasn't seen the light of day before. So we've got all the tools in the world. All we have to do is know those tools and get those tools applied. All organization has value to the degree that it brings about production. An organization tends to get into trouble, I don't care what organization it is, if it doesn't have a product, if it doesn't have production. You can say all you want to about, well, there was so on, so on, so on. Actually, there was one organization which ruled the planet, which had the trickiest, valuable final product that ever existed. Marvelous, marvelous, valuable final product. Because nobody could count it. Nobody could count its stat. Nobody could count the valuable final product. Nobody could count the stat in either heaven or hell. The valuable final product of the Christian church, obviously, was souls gone to heaven. Marvelous marvelous organization. So you don't even have to be very good to succeed. Did I suddenly give you some margin? You don't even have to be very good to succeed. Now, when you actually add it up to where you really have a product, and when you really got the laws and rules of organization that put the thing there, and then you've got a team, and then you've got a product system, and you've got your product org officer combination as it runs it up the line, and you know the ins and outs and ramifications of this sort of thing, God help the planet. Thank you. Hello. In view of the fact that the lectures the other day were popular, we decided we would repeat the performance. Just for your special benefit. This is 23rd of January, AD 21, FEBC flag. Now, the reason why I want to talk to you, however, is not just to see your pleasant smiling faces, which I am always happy to see, but because having cleared up this thing called a product officer, we are, as you would suppose, up against the next barricade. Now, the product officer's first product is an org officer. The org officer's first product is an HCOAS. The HCO area secretary's first product is an HCO, and the first product of the HCO is the establishment. Imagine my horror during the last 72 hours to find I was dealing with people who didn't know what an establishment was. Horror. And I think it's because people get their attention stuck on bodies. Now, many years ago, we used to have some drills which were extremely interesting, which was pat your body and feel your body and look at your body and look around the room and look at your body and all that sort of thing. I think you'll have to run it because all I find out an establishment consists of is some bodies. That, of course, would make a mortuary the ideal establishment. Now, this is so gross that I think, actually, it's one of those points that has to be cleared on an org officer. Because until some of these points were cleared, we did not find operation by the org officer effective at all. And when these, we already have a little case history on that, when this point was cleared, and why then it started to work out very well. So we've had a positive and a negative run on this, and the positive run in the Flag Bureau was good, and the run actually that has occurred in the Tech Division, FAO, just now, was not good by a long way. But what happened was we were letting the Flag Bureau clarification of these points go along to see if they worked out, and since that time, why they have worked out. And it has not been cleared up in the FAO or that's the Flag Admin Org, or the FAO Division 4, that's the Tech Division. Has not been cleared up in that sector, and it is running, you wouldn't believe it. So therefore, what I'm talking to you about is of very great importance. It is not slight, and the reason I call this lecture so suddenly was, as I say, not to look at your bright and smiling faces, but to give you some information which you cannot live without. If you try to reuse this product org officer system without this data, you're going to come a cropper as an executive director, a CO, or a product officer, or an org officer, or an HCO sec, or an HCO, and not know why it all isn't working somehow. But it is something on the order of the auditor has forgotten to turn on his e-meter. I mean, it's a grossness, but it apparently is something that needs pointing out, it is something that needs clearing, and it's something that needs drilling. Now, the product officer can get confused enough in trying to differentiate between his job and his org officer's job, because, of course, he has a legion of problems and so on which are bouncing up along his lines. He will find himself, however, running on a short-term cope for products, and his products will get worse, and he will have more and more trouble, and he will get very exhausted, and he'll eventually say, this system doesn't work somehow, and it's too exhausting, and it's too horrible, and he won't be able to sleep at night, and will be found prowling the streets or sitting in parks with his head in his hands, with overloads and ARC brakes, which can't be audited because he's too exhausted. The product officer, Flag Bureau, and I had a talk about this when we saw, in the wee small hours of the morning, when we saw that there was something wrong with this lineup. We discussed it and kicked it back and forth and used the practical experiences and applications which we had already had with regard to it, and we finally isolated it, and this is apparently it. You see, we found the why, and now when we applied the why, did it all work out? And the answer is yes. So I'm giving you a valid, tested result. Now, this why can't be just brushed off as an org officer's ignorance of organization or something of this sort. This is no shame, blame, regret on the org officer side of it. It is just, what does the org officer have to know? And what does he have to do? Because, you see, he could know 100 million details. And he actually doesn't have to. The way we were clarifying this originally is the org officer was the cheerleader. Oh, that shifted your gears in a hell of a hurry, didn't it? Now, well, the org consists of bodies and hats, you know. Take a look at this. He's a cheerleader. Now, in our orgs particularly, we're taking care of the problems of the world. Well, who takes care of our people? The org officer. When they're overloaded and sick and caved in and need somebody to hold their hands, who is it? It's the org officer, naturally. When they're underpaid and overworked, who handles it? It's the org officer, naturally. But to do this kind of thing, the org officer has to have, it isn't that he's just a chaplain, far from it. But that is one of the things he'd have to do, and that was the original little see-through we all of a sudden saw through in discussing it, this point of where the org officer might fail. The org officer, in communication continuously with the product officer, he would go right ahead and pick up the speed of trying to get it organized in order to keep up with the product officer, that is for sure. And he actually should sort of run along ahead. We're going to increase the load on this division production is going up, well, the org officer should be in ahead of that. It's like your heavy traffic warning. The first one to pick that up would be the org officer, not the product officer. That would be after the fact. So if the org officer does not pick this up in the first place, ahead of the product officer, you will get a sequence of booms and depressions, which will consist of this. Overload, lines break, somehow or other put it together, and overload, lines break, put it together, so on, because there's no rule that every time loads increase, why those points of your organization which are weak blow up. And we've been observing that here for a long time. So the org officer is there to do product 3, which is the correction of the establishment, preferably before the fact, and certainly swiftly after the fact. And the org officer is there for that purpose, and the org officer of the division is there for that purpose, and he's a product 3 man. You say, yeah, well, what do you mean product 3? There are 4 products. Product 1, establishment, establishing the establishment. Product 2 is the product of the establishment. It's what does the establishment produce. Product 3 is the correction of the establishment itself, and product 4 is the correction of the product. Now, these are just arbitrary figures, and you can figure it all out backwards, and actually should do your org board backwards, and you could rename all of these things, but these are numbers, and so on. But just recognize what they are. They're simply the sequential numbers, more or less in order of writing the bullet. I mean, there isn't any particular reason for those numbers. You could say, well, they're 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. So there is no point, actually, in discussing the chicken and the egg problem. What comes first, the establishment or the product? What comes first? Well, what came first, the chicken or the egg? It's pretty obvious that the egg came first, isn't it? Well, the egg would have to come first, because otherwise there would have been a missing sequence that arrived at the chicken. So we've solved that ancient problem. We would have just looked over your data series, perfectly true. There would have been omitted points of sequence and an altered sequence of events if the chicken came first. So it's quite obvious. So actually, probably the product, however, does come first. A fellow goes out and he gets some leather, and he brings the leather in, gets an old kitchen knife, and so on. He cuts himself a pair of sandals, and somebody else wants some sandals, so he scrounges some more leather, and he cuts that up. And eventually, by making money from making sandals, he is able to purchase a better knife, and he can lay in more raw materials. But that better knife is when he starts into establishment. And then he gets an awl, and he's got more establishment, hasn't he? And he himself is gaining more expertise in how to do this, so of course that is more establishment. And gradually, out of the product arrives the establishment. And the funny part of it is, it's perfectly true. You could probably take $100,000, establish an org in New York City, and it would probably fail. We've done it. You wonder why we always insist that an org make its own way. And every once in a while, we've only had a couple of these in recent years. Somebody puts in a proposal that flag, pay, 3 $3,000 a week to support this org while it got on its feet. We've had a couple like that. And believe me, if you want to run something backwards, do that. That's all great. Now, of course, big factories do this all the time. And they don't own themselves anymore. They're all owned by the bank. I wonder how they lost the whole lousy lot. Well, they just did it backwards, that's all. And Mr. Henry Ford starts with a bicycle factory and winds up with a Ford Motor Company, which winds up with a lot of subsidiaries, so that the Ford Motor Company at any time might establish a subsidiary with the cash it has at hand, and it goes on and manufactures things. And I notice, though, as time goes on, the more the reserves are taken out of the Ford Motor Company to establish a subsidiary to do this, that, or the other thing, why the less the stockholders get and the less belong to Mr. Ford. He isn't even there anymore. The point I'm making is there is no point at which the flow can be reversed. So therefore, you could say that product one is really the product. You see, there would be good reason for reversing this numbering. The product, the establishment, and so on. However, it is as it is. Number one is the product. Number two is the product. Number one is the establishment as a product. Number two is the product of the establishment. If you want to work all this out, why, just look at a generator or something like that for a while, and it'll all evolve. And then, of course, you have to correct the establishment, and then you have to correct the product. It's easier to take an odd numbers org officer and even numbers product officer. So what comes first, the chicken or the egg? The egg came first, and always will come first, and it's economically unsound not to have first the egg as first. In other words, two is always primary and senior. But it's properly numbered after all, because to get anything you have to work backwards. You actually do. You have to figure it all out backwards. So that numbering system presses this point home. If you want to work out an organization, take its product and then work backwards, and you will wind up with the org board. And if you take the org board and write it up, you haven't got any product, you weren't going to have any product, and you didn't have any product, and you weren't going to have any product. Now that is all. You got an org board, you got a bad, heavy payroll, you got a this and that. Org after org after org is sitting out there, and because we have delivered an org board, they put up this org board. But if they had to really work it out, they would figure out what their product was and work backwards to their org board. But we can give them the org board that they should wind up with, but it is posted backwards. An org board is always posted backwards. It is not posted in such a way as we put a name on a post. There's a post, so we put somebody on it. There's a post, so we put somebody on it. So there's a post, so we put somebody on it. That is not how, and is actually pointed out in your OEC as an absolutely fatal way to go about it. And you wind up, probably, with a government that governed nobody and nothing. So what do you actually do to put together an org board, even when you have one handed you? You post the personnel who get the product. If you're organizing an org, you would put on these posts. All right, why? See, now let me give you the valuable products. The basic valuable products of an org are auditors, pre-clears, and money. They're the final valuable products. that are the obvious ones. There are some additional ones, but these certainly are the obvious ones. So therefore, you work it backwards. You don't post an HCOES, OES, PES in a three-man org who don't also work. That somebody could hold these posts, but it'd have to be posted backwards. You'd have to put on an auditor or auditors to make the pre-clears. You'd have to put on the course supervisors to make the auditors, and then you'd have to put on somebody to get the people to collect the money. Now, if we went at this very straightforwardly, we find in what I just told you, there's a slight altered sequence of events. So, I'll just show you how neat this is. You would, of course, put on a course supervisor. And you'd put on somebody, even if it was the course supervisor, to get some students to pay to be trained. That gives you the money. And then you'd put on some auditors who had been so trained in order to process PCs who are procured. And that gives you some money. And then you train more auditors, and you get some money. And you've now got auditors who can process more PCs, which gives you some money. And so you can buy broader promotion in order to more broadly bring people in to be trained. So you, about this time, you've got to have somebody hot on the promotion line. You get how we're posting this thing now. And one of the little secrets of org failures is they don't post the course supervisor first. He's posted as an afterthought. Then they don't bother to deliver the course because it isn't a primary posted action. And so, of course, they don't get any auditors who can audit, so that when they bring in PCs, they don't get audited. And then people don't pay money for no service on the course and no service from the auditors, so of course you run out of money and it goes backwards because it wasn't posted backwards. Posted backwards. Now, when we say somebody to train a course, we want a course supervisor, not somebody that once heard of something. When we audit people, we want an auditor. What is an auditor? An auditor is somebody who obtains bloodless results. Right now, about 50% of the field auditors, maybe not that great a percentage, we haven't done a survey, but it seems like that with cases coming back. Why, the walls down there in Flag Qual would be charred. Absolutely charred. We go through, we're going at a level of certainty which does not say, well, of course, the reason why the session or the BC is reasonable, it explains easily. I mean, married a long time ago and probably still PTS to somebody in Nero's time, So, of course, there's nothing you can do about it and so on. And the reason that chain didn't depend that the examiners, it didn't depend that the auditors end because it narrative or something, but that doesn't have anything to do with it because nobody knows what a narrative somatic is. And so now, let us go over this again. If you want an org, you would post it backwards. You would post a course supervisor. supervisor, not somebody to not be there. Now, he would have to have the materials, wouldn't he? And then when we gild the lily here, we'd have to have somebody counting the noses of students as they walked in and out of the door and have folders for them and so forth. So we'd have to have some administrative check on all of this to find out if they were coming to class at all. So we would build it up from product to org officer. Now, the product comes first, but to get the product, you have to have organization. So we're back the other way around again. Chicken came first. If you were to crash in a spaceship on a god-awful desolate planet, and you were faced with having to build the entire civilization you would probably have to start with a sharp rock. Right? And from that, over a considerable period of time, why, you would eventually get the metal that bubbles out of the stones that are parked around the fire and have copper. Now, those are the long spans. But even though you might look at this prospect and sigh, and even though you might have done this, there is no reason why it cannot be done, providing you start with the sharp rock. In other words, there is some place to start. Now, when you get to a product org officer line, you get this on your Bing Bing. Now, somebody's got to get some potential students who want to be trained, who will pay for the training. But the moment that that action starts, the org officer, anticipating a traffic flow, has got to have procured at that moment a course supervisor and the materials that the students will be taught, and the tape recorders, and the tapes, and the folder supplies, and the room with a roof over it so the students don't get rained on, and the chairs, and the tables, and the clock, and the schedule. Yeah, you say, what's this product officer doing all this time? Well, if the org officer's that overburdened, he's putting in a product one, isn't he? He's putting in a product one all that time. So he better unload product one, because he'll find it very rapidly an overburden. So he forms his first embryonic action of an HCO, even if he just does it by dividing his hat. Product 1 belongs to HCO. It belongs to the org officer's product, HCO-AS. So what's the org officer do? Well, he got rid of it. He got rid of it. And somebody's putting the establishment there. Well, yeah, but you say the Treasury actually buys this stuff and other things, and the bookstore orders this stuff, and it's all ordered up and down the org, and you haven't got any org. No. Product 1, the establishment of the establishment belongs to HCO. Yeah, but the org officer got rid of that, and he got somebody there to put in the establishment and so on. So what's he do? He's even got to get a registrar and somebody there to pull the students in and put this thing together. So, but that belongs to HCO, doesn't it? So that's immediately to HCO for the thought. So what does this org officer do? Well, product one. Product one is his responsibility. But having taken that responsibility, he passes it over to somebody. So what's that leave him with? It leaves him with product three, the correction of the establishment. It leaves him with, and the chairs don't arrive, he gets some there. He calls the local funeral parlor and has them swipe some right away and brings it over. Boom, boom. Meanwhile, telling his establishment officer, HCOES, I got some chairs. Buy some chairs. So he doesn't have anybody to operate as a course administrator because just nobody wandered in and it wasn't established and so forth. That's a three then, isn't it? So he has a friend of his or somebody that's standing around with his mouth open and so forth, suddenly finds himself kidnapped and on that post, and there's a dreadful row about this because the person's actually the director of disbursement. If he's director of disbursement, what the hell was he doing standing there? Good question. And that's the org officer's rebuttal. The assignment of the course administrator, the hiring of somebody, the putting of somebody there, under, of course, the pressure of the org officer, is, of course, the HCO job. So what do we actually get here? There are some other areas that have something to do with this establishment. There's the Estate Bureau. Well, hell, we don't have the Estate Bureau yet. We haven't even glued up an org board. So it must belong to what we call HCO. The HCO generates the number one establishment. What's it consist of? It consists of the establishment. But what is an establishment? And right away, we start to get into the basis of our deepest misunderstood. If you ask almost anybody what an org consists of, he'll say, well, it consists of some people and it consists of some hats. And boy, that is about the faintest statement that anybody ever made under God's green earth. You've got to beat this out and recognize it for real. What does an org consist of? What does an organization consist of? What is this thing called an establishment? We can go on and on and on and on and on. But it has very specific things. If you don't have a place to do this action, you will be training people in the rain or the snow or something. So if an org just consists of some people, why, they're going to be awfully wet people. If it consists of some packs, they're certainly not going to be protected from the weather. There's got to be some safeguarded or protected space there. It's got to have a roof over it. It's got to have doors and windows and floors. And that contains what? Now, I could go on and rattle off a list here of what, but I can give you certainly the basics it consists of. The tables, the chairs, the desks, the supplies, the paper clips and staplers, the comm baskets, the labels, the machinery, the typewriters, the address machines, the CF file cabinets, the CF folders, the content of the CF folders filed in them. It would consist of hats, and it would consist of packs and tape recorders, and it would consist of its various commercial contacts that set it up, and it would consist of, you get the idea, you start looking around, all of a sudden your eyes will open, your attention of anybody you're trying to break in as an org officer will come off of this thing called a body. That's the establishment. Now you say here, well, yeah, of course it's the ship, naturally, and of course that's under the ship org. Oh, yeah? It's under what of the ship org? There must be somebody over there establishing a ship. So this is all very interesting. Now that's when you get very sophisticated indeed. Up to the time that it's all out, it's all up to HCO. Somebody walks into HCO and says, where's the pack? Say, you know, you only got one person, see? You say, well, you're Division 2 today, too. That finishes that. Hey, you got two hats. Where's the packs? Yes, well, you see, and we wrote a letter, and at that moment the org officer says, God, damn it to hell. Now, he deletes that because you must be nice. Remember, a dispatch is not a product, and it never will be, and it never will get us anything, and it is not anything that ever establishes anything. It is not a doingness. It is a gesture. And the first guy that says, well, I sent a dispatch to HCO. I'll tell you an exact situation of personnel who is facing internally. Here, you see, we have an internal-external situation, and that applies to CLOs. There's internal-external. Your org officer actually is operating a little more broadly in a CLO to establish the establishment, unless your CLO's HCO is competent to keep it established. Because the org officer is operating internally, but the product officer in a CLO or on the Flag Bureau is operating externally. It's a slightly different situation than you'll find in an org, because in an org, directly or in the FAO here, both the org and product officer are operating more or less internally. Their attention is internal. Now, it's very funny when you have a personnel whose attention is external to the org and internal to the org simultaneously, he tends to go bonkers. We've already analyzed this, and we've had a lot of experience with this. The guy whose attention's out there and in there. The Guardian's office, for instance, at this moment, as I speak, has heroically acceded to our pleas so that we could teach an FEBC and hold the fort in all over the world. It's much broader than you imagine. Has loaded onto itself a great many internal concerns. It's also trying to hold the fort externally. Well, they can't do that very long. That's why you were getting pressure here. Because the Guardian's office will probably be holding the org, or the CLO out there will be holding the org until trained personnel get back to that org. And it's not much mentioned to students because it would harass them and put them under a worry and a stress. So I'm telling you, speed up. Actually, the Guardian's office at this exact moment, all over the world, is holding its breath, waiting for the FEBCs to come back. Because they're holding internal actions. Now, they're an external group. It wasn't the Guardian's office in this instance, but I was just telling you the difference between external and internal. Their attention is out into the public. Their tech is with the ARC broken PC out there in the public, not in the org. So, the person I was speaking to had permitted, who was an external personnel, I found was holding several internal hats. And I said, what action have you taken to fill the vacant post? She said, unfortunately, I have repeatedly written a dispatch to HCO. That's what that chart mark is right there, my reply. We'll get the stewards to polish it out. And my order to her was, you go down to the personnel files, and you look through these personnel files until you find somebody who is suitable, who is not holding a key post, and you take that person and put that person on that post. And the reason I did this is I'm talking to a key personnel whose product is too valuable to be monkeyed with, and who was permitting herself to have an internal attention. Actually, probably a great deal, percentage of her time was being occupied internally. Now, that's not the Guardian's office, but in the Guardian's office matter, and so on, why Mary Sue is saying, where are the FEBCs? Where are the FEBCs? Where are they? They're perfectly willing to handle this sort of a situation when you've got policy knowledge and other actions of one kind or another in the Guardian's office at this moment, holding posts of temporary executive director. USGO is holding a post. His communicator is holding a post in D.C., or was till a very short time ago, and so on. And they're spread thin. They're controlling all of Africa right now. And actually, we're telexing for help here within the last week or so. So this is an external-internal strain. So you've got to figure out which is your external and which is your internal personnel. So you do have external personnel. Who's your registrar? Now, your registrar is working for people who come in and take that course so that they can become auditors, right? So she's got time to monkey around with how the files are or are not straight. You want to cut your income to pieces? Take an external-facing personnel and give them internal distractions. Now that goes broader than that. You want to cut your products to pieces? Take an org officer who isn't anticipating or running before the product officer with load lines. Because your product officer will have his attention yanked over onto the subject of organization. Now, just as there's external, internal, there is the organization of things and the production of things. The production of things is, of course, totally dependent upon the clear-cut organization of things. But the funny part of it is you can produce without a clear-cut organization, and one of the ways of stalling a whole org is to go into 100% organize. You go into 100% organize, you'll choke it down every time. You organize while you produce is the proper sequence. And you produce while you organize is actually much closer to the truth. Now, when you look over this team of the product officer, org officer, you find out that the org officer has to have a fantastically clear idea, and so does an HCOAS have to have a fantastically clear idea of exactly what an establishment consists of. Now, this idea that I'm talking about is just like this. What does it consist of? Well, it consists of a building, or rooms, or auditing rooms, of desks, of typewriters, of supplies, of personnel, hats, hatting actions, and so on. The whole thing, the whole bang shoot. And if they don't have a total grip on what is an establishment, the org officer will not be able to back up the product officer because he will never detect a decline. You won't see it as a departure from the existing scene. It isn't necessarily staticized. You know, the roof falls in. There's no stat for the roof falling. But it is a departure from the ideal scene, I assure you. So, therefore, the first requisite of an org officer is not necessarily a verbatim knowledge of the OEC, but the definition and the extent of and everything that there is in this thing called an establishment. And not only that, but what is everything in this particular establishment? Just like that. Now comes his knowledge of the OEC. Because that tells him how it ought to go together and how it ought to run. Now, along with that is apparently you cannot ever have sensible hiring or personnel posting in an organization unless there is a list of all of the essential hats and duties of those hats in the organization, which is just a mini list. It's not even a mini list, an instant hat list. What do these people on these posts do? No one in personnel can function at all in personnel unless he has such a list. And where does one exist right now? There is no such list, not even in the most sophisticated personnel offices anyplace. What is this job? Well, very often you'll get some big corporation and it'll have some personnel thing and so on, but you won't find that list. They'll say, get me a shop foreman. So they look around to find somebody who has been a shop foreman. Now, why do they do that nonsense? It's actually because they couldn't for the life of them define what are the duties of a shop foreman. It might only take 3 sentences to lay out what the duties of a shop foreman are. But you won't find anybody posting personnel at all sensibly or hiring sensibly unless they have a pretty good idea of exactly what each post does. Just in the last 24 hours I've run into at a board here, you wouldn't believe it. I just tried to do a posting to fill in suddenly. Somebody had a class 10 as a requisite to somebody to file folders and to hand them out to people when the name was on the list. You won't believe that. I'm not being critical of this because we're just forming up. What the hell do you want a class 10 for? Well, you see, the duties of that post you're trying to post there, the duties of that post are, and so forth, holds the CS conference with the auditors. Holds what conference? Well, the CS's conference, you see, with the auditors is held by the DFP. Whose conference? The CS's conference with the auditors is held by the DFP. You got the point. Now, once upon a time, the DFP had as part of his hat CSing. Well, we have a CS, and I would like to see a Class 10 DFP who was not acquainted with the CS line of the various cases trying to hold a conference with the auditors auditing those cases. That would really be a clown performance. It wouldn't matter how much tech this fellow would know. He is not the CS. So the only person who could hold a CS conference or a CS's conference would, of course, be the CS. But we weren't trying to post a CS. We have a CS. We're trying to post a DFP who would make up the programming of the auditors and the PC's lists to hand to tech services. And to interview some of the people who were being audited who very often have questions and walk around in mystery as to why that's being done. There's nobody at CS right now can say, a little side note, contact this guy. You can have the examiner say, what did the auditor do? But you can't say, contact this guy and clarify what his program is. What his auditing program is. It takes the mystery out of it. Well, that's what you have to do on public lines, and because we're not handling actually public lines, why that function had dropped out. But it still leaves a whole bunch of little mysteries. When am I ever going to get audited? What rundown am I on? You see? Guy goes into session with his jaw dropped. So he's audited with the mystery root out. You get the idea? Why, it's just because there's no DP cost. Well, there's no trick to it. Now, if confidential materials were at question, that would be something else, but the confidential materials were not at question. The person selected was of the class necessary to handle confidential materials. Also was a trained auditor. There were two such people available, idle, with nothing whatsoever to do in that very department. Not auditing, not anything. Either one of them quite capable of performing this duty. Somebody had to have a Class 10 auditor to perform this duty. I wouldn't know why. Another duty is to hand the list to a tech page and get the folders together. Tech services, see. Hand the list to the tech page so that he can do this list and get the folders of these PCs together and give them to the other. This post couldn't be filled, I think, because the person was slow or something by reputation. That's nonsense. Now, the situation arose by overload. These are actual org product officer situations. The situation arose by overload. The traffic line went way up in volume. The stat was going way up in volume. The predict would be that these lines will break. And they broke. The product officer of that division became ill. The tech services chief of that division, overloaded and with insufficient help, went to bed with a temperature of 100, leaving the post empty. But my effort to fill the post on a high express action, 72 hours after the first order that the post must be bolstered up fast, was being done on dispatch lines during that entire period. Dispatch lines. What the hell? I suppose the world has lost feet because it's an automotive age. And when the person was put on the post, somebody in HCO developed a policy that any PC's mail incoming should be opened and read in case it might interbulate the PC. And the person put on the post, which is supposed to hand out the folders and the list, was opening and censoring student mail in the tech division, which is totally, completely off-hand and illegal. At that moment, there were loud explosions all the way along the line. The person put on the other post was doing the tech services job because there wasn't anybody there to do it. In other words, it scrambled up in a mess. Now, this is the consequence of not predicting a traffic flow in an organization which is just forming. Now, when you have an organization just forming, the many outnesses which are presented to you can completely confuse an org officer. And at that time, as at no other time, must the org officer adhere to Product 3, correction of the establishment, and leave the establishment to someone to get that one. Get Product 1. And in a fast-running organization, the total duty of an org officer is arresting a decline. Product 3. Halting a decline. Or a threatened decline. So actually, it works this way. When the product officer finds himself correcting the establishment's product, which is 4, this passes at once 2, 3 who may have it in hand already. That makes an ARG officer somebody with a crystal ball, doesn't it? I'll tell you just in a moment how he doesn't have to run it with a crystal ball. But it's almost a crystal ball job. By the time the product officer says, "My students coming off the line all seem to be limping in their left foot," and they, when I talk to them and ask them why they don't go write a success story, why they sort of look down at their feet and limp off. And I think you ought to go in and see what materials they're being taught by whom, because I've got some inkling of this, because I saw some textbooks on yogi lying around the classroom. Now, if that team is really functioning, of course, I'm giving it to you as a ridiculous pitch, as well as exposing some of our shames here. Believe me, it's being straightened out. And things will get straightened out here much more fast than it straightens out. They can go wronger and get straightened out faster than anything you ever saw in your life. But the ARG officer that's working on Product 3, correction of establishment, if he was very good, would be able to say to the product officer, "Yes, I spotted that yesterday. We have immediately somebody coming in here from San Francisco that used to be in the org, and so on. He's taking over as course supervisor. And as a matter of fact, the ComEv has already been convened. A course administrator for crossing practices. And if you walk into class at this moment, you will find one of the HGC auditors who is an HDG at 2 o'clock took over the class. They'll be a very lucky product officer with me. Really on the ball. A little bit ahead of. Is what the org officer, that's where the org officer belongs. Anticipating the traffic flows. Anticipating their sags. Anticipating this sort of thing. By reason of the actions of the product officer. So the product officer would have to keep the org officer pretty well informed as to what was going on. Therefore, the product officer is always making notes. Anything he runs into, and after he's handled a kerfluffle, he always writes it up. No matter how briefly, he makes notes of this kerfluffle, and he passes the thing over, and he usually indicates the organizational action. Now, I don't know if I'm clarifying it for you to any great degree, because you may not believe me. It's just that you may not believe the important point that I'm trying to put across. You may believe you have, if you're operating as an executive director, product officer, you may think you have somebody. It's not possible for you to believe completely, probably, because it assaults your common sense, and that's what you want to watch, boy. Common sense to you may appear like complete screaming genius to somebody else. It breaks down on the inability of the org officer to define, locate, and establish everything in the establishment, including the duties of every hat in the establishment. And if you're going round in circles as to why you can't operate or why your product officer can't operate, that is the first law. So you clear it. You can actually clear it in terms of region withdrawal from typewriters and region withdrawal from staff members. Now, we're not talking in a theoretical line now, because when we had this conversation that clarified this point and that gave us a win on the thing, I'm not being down on org officers at all. I mean, this is the truth of the thing. And this is what was fouling up the line. All right, we get in the product officer's duties. The product officer has to be able to recognize his product thing that he's trying to get. He has to recognize that it is a product of the establishment. He has to be able to recognize that. He has to be able to get that thing out. That's what he's working on. He has to want that product. The two monitoring laws is he has to recognize it and he has to want it. And the action is that he has to get it. Doesn't even say how. Actually has to know more about the organization than the org officer, really. But where you will get a breakdown will just be on this other thing, this other point. Just a failure, actually, to embrace what is this thing called an establishment. Because if the establishment itself is not embraced, then no ideal scene could possibly be conceived of. And therefore, the org officer would not be able to spot a departure from the ideal scene so as to arrest its decline. And he's just in the first business of arresting declines and passing along back to the person who are responsible for the establishment itself and establishing the establishment what will be required as an establishment. Now, therefore, he can get this thing back up to an ideal scene. But he's working on 3. Now, what is product 3? 3 is the product which corrects the establishment. 3 is the correction of the establishment, and it is itself a product. It's a correction. An org officer who doesn't work on product 3 constantly and continuously and so forth will find that the decline of an organization is not arrested. And an organization will run, and your GDSs will all go up, and your GI will all go up, and everything will go fine, and then all of a sudden, a GDS tails off, and all of a sudden, another GDS will tail off, and all of a sudden, the GI goes boom, and your organization goes all to pieces, and you wonder what the hell happened. And what you've hit is an unanticipated expansion which sought and found and exploited every weakness in the organization, and it blew up. And that is the reason for booms and depressions of orgs. The booms and depressions of orgs is as they expand beyond their tolerance level of handling. The increased volume finds all their weak points, blows them up. Staff members become overloaded, overworked. They can't cope with it anymore. The lines are just too much. Things are too internally blah. Human emotion has gotten in your road. Oh, my God. And somebody says, I think I'll go back to Australia and sit under a eucalyptus tree. Because I'm going mad. What happened is there was nobody watching product 3 and detecting and remedying the points of decline. And patching them up and pushing them in to the people responsible for the establishment so they could hire it up, beef it up, hat it up, equip it up. HCO, actually, as the org board sits at this moment, would seem to be totally incapable of putting an establishment there because it has several things that are not under its preview. That ought to be remedied. But HCO could remedy it right now because they can order. They can order the other parts of the organization. They got a time machine to make sure the order is complied with. We predict at this rate of expansion that we will have used up all existing space of this building by July, which is 5 months from now. find us a new building and you guys promote and so forth, fix it up so there's every Sunday meetings, teas and so forth after we move. But you find us a building and so on. That is not the org officer's action. It's the org officer's spot. But it's the org officer's order that something be done about this. We need a bigger establishment. And that's going to shatter everything along the lines and so forth. So the decline of the establishment is arrested by ordering you guys promote and so forth, fix it up so there's every Sunday meetings, teas and so forth after we move. But you find us a building and so on. That is not the org officer's action. It's the org officer's spot. But it's the org officer's order that something be done about this. We need a bigger establishment. And that's going to shatter everything along the lines and so forth. So the decline of the establishment is arrested by ordering bigger space and more staff members. But then somebody has got to figure out how to put this bigger establishment in there. So the order is simply that to arrest the decline, it is necessary for you to expand the space of the establishment economically so that it does not eat up everything that you are going to make by the expansion. Now the org officer in a highly idealized org would have an organizing officer in each division of that org as the deputy secretary. Would call these cats together and would say, this is the way it jumps. Let's have the product here of projects. And what are each one of you guys going to do in order to do this? Now, the product officer at this particular stage of the game would simply be going on getting more product. Now, I do this unreasonable thing whenever I'm in an org, and one of the reasons it's very, very workable in an org, you will see an org go zoom around it, and the reason why is I never take any pity on the organization. I am the most pitiless production officer you have ever heard of. Absolutely pitiless. And if not followed up by an organization action and compliance with orders to organize, why, then I have to start operating to correct the product and correct the establishment. But I do it. For instance, every now and then you hear of a director of processing or a CS or the head of the tech sec saying, we can't take more than 6 PCs because we don't have any more auditors than that. And at that moment, you will find me issuing an order to promotion. At once, promote to get in all the PCs you possibly can get in from everywhere. To the registrar, sign everyone up. And to the tech sec, you've had it. Where is that part of your hat that says you are to employ auditors? How many auditors do you know? Where do you know them? Get them in here. I think probably your peak load will probably come in another 14 days, so you have lots of time to put on 12 additional auditors. Get them totally trained, grooved in, and your estate bureau, whoever's handling buildings and so forth, rent 2 more houses. Now, what do you have to do if you do all this? Now, we went back over the analysis of successful actions. successful actions. The analysis of successful actions in this particular field is a completely pitiless product officer. He never thinks of the organization. He never thinks of its capacity except to utilize it to its totality. If he's got an idle piece of machinery that ought to be turning out bung jucks, then by God, that better start turning out bung jucks. Even though he has to grab the office boy and tell him to start winding that crank and send out the janitor to steal raw material to put through it. Now that's like a hell of a disorganization, doesn't it? Where's your org officer that makes that correction real and it can push it back up after you've done all that? Well, the org officer actions which I've done in an org apparently are not repeated by other people in orgs. I have a report from LRH Comms that they continually say the greatest trouble they have with an executive of an org is to get them to walk through their portion of the org. Now that is a direct report line and so forth. It's awful. I said awful. It's treason. Well, what the hell are they doing sitting there? What are they doing sitting at that desk? The executives of an organization. I'm only justified in sitting at a desk because I have a 24-hour messenger watch, and they run like hell. That's right. And I'm not justified sitting too long at that desk. Only I have lines of information which come in from all over the place. And I make sure that those lines stay in. But who are these lines to? These lines are not necessarily, I'm the fellow who violates the external internal. I don't know, I can do it, and I don't find other people can. I don't know why that is, and I've not solved it particularly. But I do know that I resent having to handle too much product 3, while I am also having to wear some of my own hats. I know that there's some resentment will come up in that line sooner or later, mostly because there are only 24 hours in this cockeyed planet's day. There's only so much you can do. Of course, that's a bad postulate, too, because, as I told you before, God couldn't hold this post. Impossible. You will also be saying that yourself. God can't hold this post. Unless you listen very carefully to what I am telling you, children. The Jabberwocky. The whole point in the thing is there's ways to live with this. But there are certain ways to do this, and they're very standard. And I can't imagine. It assaults my R. It assaults my R that somebody in charge of an organization would not have all kinds of mechanisms being familiar with the organization, or that an executive would depend in any way, shape, or form on his dispatches. Dispatches are usually to forward information, schedules, things that are written down, need okays, and that sort of thing. Dispatches aren't there to handle things. And it would just be impossible if you weren't in total communication with your organization to handle it at all. This assaults my honor. It's not possible. And I have a very willing group, and they write me anything that they think I ought to know about. That has the liability that you mustn't act on such reports when they contain too much end data and so on. And you never act on such reports without getting a recoil. Once in a while I do. I'm always sorry that I do, but it keeps information up. I also have the ability to look around without going around too much. And the net result of that is a very close finger on the pulse. We go back over successful actions. When I'm running an org as an executive director, at least once a day, I walk through that entire organization and speak to every person in that organization. And as I'm normally operating from a product point of view, I nevertheless, because we have no product org officer system at that time, take the organization step as well. I'm interested in what their product is. I'm interested in what they're doing personally. I'm interested in what they need on their post in order to get their product out. There are some people here who have seen me do this. No, I sometimes miss a day and so forth, but I know when I've missed a day, and I know when I should get some more information. And the result of that is that the org officer's function is performed completely in addition to the product officer's function, the org officer function. Now, an org officer should make a daily inspection around the org, finding out how the staff members are doing, and noting when they're not hatted or slightly unhatted, and rapidly put their hats on if there's any trouble with that. You find hat is the main thing that goes out. There's evidently a scale of hats, which we've suddenly evolved here. I haven't named any of these things. They've been a spontaneous evolution from some quarter or another inside the ship here. And there's instant hatting, there's mini hatting, and then there's full hatting. New nomenclature. Instant hatting is a sort of an action you do when you slam somebody onto a post and he's got to take the load of it and so forth, and you tell him what you want him to do. That's just instant hatting. You tell him what his post title is and what he's supposed to be doing on that post. Instant hatting. Tell him to get on with it. And then, of course, HCO can come along if he's going to be posted there, actually. HCO can come along, and the first thing they would do would give him a mini hat. And if it takes more than about 30 minutes to get on a mini hat, then there's probably something wrong with either HCO or the staff member. And then they schedule him up to be fully hatted. That's the sequence of events. If they're fully hatted, they get a certificate for it. So that's always been missing. Who is certified for what is having passed what hat? Actually, it should be something that happens and is accounted for in a search and awards area. So the org officer, however, is not just inhumanly interested in the organization. The org officer is interested in the individual, as an individual, how he is doing, how he is getting on, whether he is able to do his job, if his health is maintaining, if that post is overloaded, if it needs help, or if the post is empty and isn't getting any traffic. How is this fellow doing? Is he had nothing to do on post so that he is bored stiff? Has he got too much to do on post and is going downhill? Now let's add this up to detection of a decline. Product 3. And with a daily swing around an organization and seeing everybody in the organization, an org officer would, of course, be in a position. He doesn't take up their time. He doesn't talk to them very long. He would be in a position then to know what was cooking in the place. He would have to know everybody in the place. He would have to know what everyone in the place did, so that he could immediately detect any departure from the ideal scene. But he would also be interested in whether the person was getting his pay, whether the person was having troubles. Now, it isn't that this would affect efficiency. that he's interested in them as a human being. And that would be an essential action of the org officer. Now, it's all right to have a chaplain doing this sort of thing, but the trouble with having a chaplain doing this sort of thing is the org officer wouldn't have the information, would he? So therefore, he couldn't repair a decline or anticipate a decline. So he couldn't do his product 3. Now, as he walks around on that sort of thing, he would also get a look at the rest of the establishment. What's it look like? Now, he could determine out of that they didn't have enough cleaners, or people weren't interested in cleaning, or the cleaning establishment was organized all backwards. The cleaning establishment might have posted themselves as cleaner in charge and have no product of any kind whatsoever, like clean quarters or anything of the sort. Maybe all the locks are falling off the doors. Well, that obviously means that some maintenance hat is totally neglected around here. So here is a needed organizational piece. Well, he fills that in. He doesn't go in and look at the org board and say, where are some holes in this org board? As a matter of fact, he might do quite the reverse. In wandering around and talking to the people and checking them off on his list and so forth on his rounds, he might find out that about 30% of that org board is misposted. Now, he certainly should do something about it. He can leave the org board hanging there with all those posts held from above that are inactive, or he's got to determine whether or not those posts have any functions and should be filled. He's got to make a judgment. 3, the decline, arresting the decline. All right, from the arresting of the decline, he can pass information through so that those responsible for putting the establishment there, who are under his orders, those responsible for it can get together and push it back to its ideal scene, or even raise the ideal scene's height so that it can handle the traffic. Now, do you see how the lines would go there? Now, the production officer and so on is worrying about product all this time, and he will find holes, and he will find what he is doing, so he keeps notes of these things, and he, while getting his product, passes this information back to the org officer. The org officer, if he's made his tours and he knows what it's all about and so forth, probably knows at that point who's idle, who isn't idle, what he can do to instantly shift this thing, go and get somebody by the nape of the neck and shove them over onto that post and that sort of thing. He knows exactly where his personnel resources are. He knows exactly where his supplies are. As he goes on his tour, he also knows where all the spare typewriters that aren't being used are and what state they're in, and the mimeograph machine, and whether the photo offset machine has got any supplies for it, and he's got this, and he's got that, and he's got the other thing. And he's got his finger on all these points so that he can detect an incipient or existing decline, get the thing handled, push it back through. Now, of course, one of the things he has to do, and the biggest hole we've got in an organization, is hat. And that is the first thing that an org officer detects is wrong. The person's hat. Just like that. We're having trouble with we're having trouble over here with the success stories and so forth. He doesn't wonder, the org officer doesn't wonder whether or not he can almost in advance know that whoever is on there is either nobody on the line or the people on that line haven't got the hat. He can just like that. Oh, unhatted. Good. You'll find out that this will work out 99 and 44/100% of the time. Something wrong with the hats. And so forth, so he just does an instant hatting right away quick. look, you're supposed to sit here at the desk, and when the people come along, and they give you these successes and so forth, why, you're supposed to have some paper here, and they write down the successes, and you're supposed not to snarl at them or frown at them. You're supposed to be pleasant to them, and they write down their successes, and you took those over, and you put them in this folder, and so forth, so that that can be statusized, and so that those are available for promotion, so they can be counted. You got that now? And the guy says, well, actually, so on. I haven't seen any case gains go through this for a long time. And to say, I don't have any case gain myself. I mean, you know, and I've just been wondering whether or not Scientology works, you see, and the org officer at that moment knows exactly what to do. He knows exactly what to do at that particular split instant. He knows exactly where there is a personnel who isn't totally utilized. Within 3.5 minutes flat, there is another personnel sitting there, and he tells this other personnel, now, when the people come through along this line, you got this piece of paper, and so on, and there's your ballpoints and your pad over here, and when they write up that thing, so on, why, you put it in the folder so it can be counted up. You got that all straight now. Good. Now, when people don't come through this line, let's get your hat a little bit expanded now. When people don't come through that line, you go in and you tell the examiner to send it to me, you put a sign on the examiner's desk, and if that doesn't work, we'll move your desk over alongside the examiner's desk. How's that? The guy says, what am I supposed to be? And you say, you're the success officer. You're the guy who's supposed to monitor the successes people have, and so forth. You have this piece of paper, and don't snarl at him, and don't just and so on. What do you do with this other guy? Rooms of call. HCO says, what's the state of the personnel in this org today? Transferred all the left side over to the right side and the right side over to the left side. No, you've got to inform HCO and get an authorization for the transfer and the reason why and so on and et cetera. And it's all done after the fact. Everything after the fact. Org officer always operates. He always tells people to authorize things after they have been done. He runs totally backwards. An org officer who sits around and waits for approvals, of course, is very safe until you see stats, because his stats will be nowhere. You get the run of the thing. So what does he do about this? He routes this person to qual. What does he do? He can now put it on a dispatch line. He can even give the person the dispatch, take this to qual. Maybe the person doesn't wind up in qual, but he's got to get another dispatch to HCO and say so-and-so has been routed to qual. Well, what's qual going to do? And that's qual's problem. Qual ought to be well enough organized to take care of that. Person says, what do I do? And qual says, what's it all about? And they can find out. They also would then get some kind of, if the qualsec was part of the product org scene, or if there was a deputy qualsec, as there would be in an ideally organized org, he would have the full gen on this within the next day or so. Now, the failure to publish what goes on is the fault. The failure to publish, and that is what your orders of the day are for. They are really not for those people who have cleaning stations and so forth, and Bessie Ann Glutz was married yesterday, and we're happy about her, and so on. Nothing to do with that. The org officer says so-and-so, and the product officer says so-and-so, and they don't have to be gloomy about it all, but they certainly have the dominant point. They have to keep the org informed as to their actions. Now, there's such a thing as keeping an org informed of just what is going on, but certainly what affects the org would be the product officer and org officer, so that they don't inform the org of what's going on, why all hell breaks loose. Because nobody knows. They become very unstabilized. They go in and they see an examiner one day, and they see another examiner the next day, and then they go around and they think they're talking to the examiner, but he's now cleaning out mud boxes or something, and they think he sure looks funny as an examiner, all covered with mud. And so forth. Well, they don't know. published what you did. Now that in itself is quite an action. So the action which I rehearsed on this thing, and so on, because I actually moved in as a product officer, and I've been an org officer, and so on. So I'm speaking from first-hand information, not from theoretical workout, is I found out that after I had undertaken a product and had begun to get the product, at that moment I had to write up whatever I had to do in order to get that product and make it known. Now the ball could only be picked up by other people if that were done. So you're operating on two systems. One is the lineal system and the other is the triangular system. Lineal system would be where the product officer is more or less operating autonomously, and he is writing up his products as he got the product, he got it going, and then he made notes while he was doing this, and then he wrote it up in some fashion or another, and then he says what he thinks ought to have happen over in that org area, and it may not be what happens over in the org area, but what he has stated that he ran into will be cared for, because you see, he didn't conduct a thorough investigation. It might be somewhat different by the time it's investigated, but he just indicates what he ran into, and then he passes all of that sideways over onto the org officer's lines. So you keep a running fire of what is happening. Now he also has notes, and he should mark in these notes consistently and continuously what outnesses he finds. Now he will find a certain number of flubs, and he certainly carries a notation of these flubs. Now the org officer's stats or reputation depends on the reduction of these flubs. Now if the product officer's notes as of the first week in January are the same as the product officer's notes carrying the same flubs and names, in the third week in January, then the org officer is definitely not doing his job. In other words, the organization is not advancing back toward the ideal scene because these flub points have not been handled. Now, to some degree, you will find that there are always some flub points that don't get handled. It's impossible. Just that. Absolutes are unobtainable, and nowhere are they unobtainable so much as in an org officer's area, because he has various human elements. He has to produce personnel from nowhere. He has to actually cope with the fact that finance is busy telling him that there is no possible FP. If you hire 2 more people, you will decrease our pay, and we won't be able to something or other. And of course, if you don't hire, then he can say, well, if you don't hire 2 more people, you won't have any pay at all. And it goes back and forth. But he has other conflicts and lines which he is trying to cope with in this, so he doesn't always bring it off the way the product officer thinks it ought to have been brought off, because other factors may have been present. You follow? So these things that the product officer writes up are not necessarily orders in themselves, but they are indicators and what he would like to have happen and what he thinks is wrong. And that gives you a working basis on which to operate. So a product officer busy getting his product, why, it's fine. He at least has to express what he's running into. An org officer, because we're talking mainly about org officers at this time, would be absolutely up the spout if he didn't know what the product officer was up to and what the product officer had run into in trying to get this and that. He would not actually be able to do his job very long or very well. I found that that was definitely the case while I was operating as a product officer, and I could imagine what would happen if a person operating as an org officer was not informed of these sudden shifts, changes, actions, orders, and so on, which had occurred. Because it would look to the org officer now, let's take the org officer's point of view, it looked to the org officer like all the product officer was doing was tearing up the organization as fast as it could be put back together again. That would be the complete conviction an org officer would eventually get into. If the product officer didn't scribble down some notes and make these things available, and so forth to the org officer what he was trying to do. So therefore, in order to do his job at all, you would have to have a daily cruise around the place. You'd have to, in that daily cruise, note such things as supplies, and you'd have to note such things as the condition of equipment and machinery and whether it was being kept up or not. And you'd certainly have to notice the condition and morale and the busyness or lack of busyness of the personnel involved. And you'd have to notice the condition of the communication lines. And then the next action that would have to be done there by the org officer, he'd have to ensure daily that the org's training program was being followed, and that hatting on a long-range basis is never slacked off. In other words, is HCO continuing to do its job? Is there a schedule in this place so that we eventually have fully hatted people? Are we going to go through life with instant hatted people, or people on post in total mystery? Fellow's looking at this stack of folders blankly, and every once in a while he looks over and he sees all that stack of folders, and he's getting kind of allergic to that stack of folders. He doesn't know his post title, and he doesn't know why those folders keep stacking up on his desk. That would be the reductio ad absurdum of the whole show. So he's got to make sure that there is some continuous training action going on and that hatting is occurring. He also has the idea of major courses, because as I told you, you begin with a course supervisor who makes auditors. And then the auditors, you take on some of those auditors and you audit PCs with those auditors, do you see? And he therefore has got to make sure that some of the staff members he has are on some kind of a training schedule, quite in addition to the number of public students who are coming in. Now, in a Sea Org, this becomes vital, because Sea Org members have to be pushed on up the line. You all of a sudden find yourself organizationally, yikes, we got no, we got 865 people, oh my God, what the hell are we going to do here? There's no no auditors. And then they start hiring auditors, and then the next thing you know, why, the Sea Org is all scrambled up in some fashion or other, and you can't have any Sea Org members in charge of anything because they don't have the technical. That's peculiarly a Sea Org problem. Very peculiarly. All of a sudden look around, you wind up, you've got a bunch of HDCs at the most, you see, and what you need at that particular moment is Class 6. And then you only got HDCs, so nobody has actually been pushed up the line to become a qualsec, and suddenly you find that you're terribly, terribly thin at the top, just because nobody has anticipated a long-range training schedule. At this moment, we could use a board flag at an absolute minimum, right aboard flag, at this instant. We could use 3 FEBCs at this instant, just to fill in the screaming gaps. And then you'd need some more, and we should have a spare CLO team, all of whom should be FEBCs. Well, we have to work on a new basis, and not a new basis, but an old basis. What we do organizationally on long-range training and so on is we always send out people who are better trained than the last team. And we just work on that as the way we work toward the ideal scene. It's always just that, better trained. The ARC formula applies here, perfection. You can work for perfection to a point where you get nothing done, and an organizing officer can do this, oh my God. He can go for perfection before he lets anything go, and so on. Well, that is how we do it. This time it is better than the last one. And it's true, it's worked out over the last couple of years. We're always sending out a better team. than the last one we sent. But to do that, you have to make sure that there's not only full hatting training, but there's also some people who are being full-time trained along administrative lines, or, if you can't do that, certainly part-time trained along administrative lines, so that you would get another program would follow him through the back of a hat program. The person would finish up his hatting program, and then we're continuing him on to finish off his administrative courses, like his OEC, his FEBC, and we do that at part-time. And then if we had very, very alert organizing officers in the tech division who were thinking of the organization at large, they would scream like banshees at the idea of there being a very few people on major courses. And sure enough, not too long ago, we're screaming and said there's nobody down here at all on a major technical course. There hasn't been a full-time technical course student for some time. Well, they were calling the shots, and it was perfectly true. So that's part of the organization thing, not only the hatting, but also making sure that somewhere up the line you'll have personnel qualified, even though you're doing it on a part-time basis. So he's got to have some kind of programming for some future organization. And an organization is composed of trained people. It isn't composed of dead bodies. The Sea Org does a fantastic amount of training. We do a fabulous amount of training. And in compares definitely with we used to do a lot of training in earlier Scientology orgs. That training factor of the staff is nowhere near today what it used to be, but I've managed to get it going again in Scientology orgs over the last year. But it's not adequate. Somebody is thinking in terms of we haven't got enough money, we don't have enough people. World population explosion, we haven't got enough people. Bull. I might have believed somebody in 1705. The scarcest thing there is in the world today is a hat. Do you think that for one moment these people on welfare and relief and so forth in the United States or in other areas and so on are happy to be suddenly relegated to a hatless life? No, boy. Every time you have welfare payments, you've got unhappy people and you've got an incipient revolution. There's people all over the place. But a group has a tendency to exclude. It shouldn't, particularly groups such as ours. Well, you raise your security standards too high, and you don't get any people at all, and you put them too low, and the next thing you know, you've got some wild ones on your hands. All right. So somewhere in between is the right level. Not only never has been found, but it never will be found. What it takes is an alert HCO. By the time the guy thinks his post consists of breaking ketchup bottles on the funnel and so forth, well, you have to do something about it. But you have this problem. You have this problem in orgs. Now, what an organizing officer has to do as he goes around, he very easily detects where recruitment has been or hiring has been at fault. Now, if he's too critical of it, I've seen somebody stumble around for a day or two and fumble and try to find the staircase and so on, and finally actually wind up with repeated instant hattings and so forth and informings and so forth, finally wind up so that they had enough familiarity to do the job. I've seen this happen. I've also seen it happen. It just got worse and worse. And that short of processing, you see, your management misunderstoods, the organizational misunderstoods cycle there is something that we can pay some attention to, but those who are out in orgs at this moment are not able to pay as much attention to it as we are at flag, because in the first place we're dealing with a very superior, not to be snide about it, in flag we're dealing with a very superior level of clubless auditing. We do it by the book, and nobody gets by anything, and so on, so the auditing doesn't foul up. And also we're dealing with a very superior level of tech, which when orgs qualify they can have. You will be in the clover when you have got an org well enough put together so it can afford a department that can run L10s. Standard of field auditing at this present moment forbids it utterly. So we've got to export course supervisors, course supervision. We've got to support all the little tricks and expectancies and so forth that are done on flag, how we get these results. It isn't that nobody else in the world gets any results, but they've got to be uniformly good, and the flub results must not be tolerated. And the guy must make his flub results in areas of auditing where it doesn't mess up anything. So you'll be in clover on your organizational misunderstoods the moment that a Scientology or Sea Org has achieved a sufficient, well, there's various eligibility factors with regard to it, and they probably will always exist, probably be varied one way or the other. Certain volume, certain successes, certain premises, and so on, because at this moment you're in clover. Right now your neck is a little bit out, in that you can't probably handle the extreme cases, the suppressives and so forth, who actually get sideways on your lines and cause turbulation. So you are still on a very heavy alertness along this line, particularly amongst new personnel. Now, you don't want to hire 15 or 20 personnel and then just keep them on forever. The principle we operate on is hire lots of them and retain those who make it. And it's up to the org officer then in this patrol. There's two places in his patrol. He notes this. He sees what's going on. And he knows he's got somebody who's good or he hasn't. Now, he can get too highly critical about the whole thing. There's another point where he can detect this. In hatting, the person never can seem to get his hat on. And so the statistics, the study statistics he's getting off the individual, have some meaning. They are not reliable. It isn't the person who apparently studies very fast who's not always the best personnel, and the person who studies very slow is not always the best personnel, but the person who can't study at all is quite something else. Now, this will show up in your hatting actions. So, the study rate, or the ability to apply the information which is studied, is a factor in selecting personnel, which is often overlooked. So the org officer also, in his long-range programs, in his daily study, and so on, should also have some kind of point stats and that sort of thing, so that he looks at it and sees who's doing well. I wouldn't go on that all by myself. I would take a personal observation of the post combined with how the person is doing on his studying and so forth. Makes a meaningful picture. So maybe I'm beating that to death, but the study program has, I didn't point it out again, it has two factors that an organizing officer can get out of it. Not only does he make sure that it's occurring, but also is it is anybody getting anything done when he does study? Now, it is not necessarily true that a bad personnel never goes to study. That is not a true factor either. Very often you find a personnel is too drowned on his post and too responsible for his post and doing a good job on his post within limits. And he will put his post ahead of his study. Well, this you can't be too critical of that. But you can point out that the things he's having trouble with on his post are usually handled in studying. And if he will afford a little bit of time to study, he might have a little bit better time on his post. PR action. It's very true. I've seen people struggle and have a hell of a time trying to get out, well, let's say a project, something like that, when if, for the love of Pete, they had ever spent any time whatsoever on studying the target policies or the data series, why, it would all come straight. And the hours and hours they're busy wasting on trying to turn out plebby products could much better be invested in some part-time study on turning out a non-plebby product. So there's some point of adjustment in this. But you have to watch the progress of the staff member on his course, as well as his action on his job. It isn't too meaningful on the course, but it must occur. You're mainly interested, is it occurring? You'll find some sort of silly situations develop as an organizing officer. You find all kinds of silly situations, like a person who started 8 courses. The way to handle that, of course, is which one requires the least time to finish. Good, finish it. Which is the next one that requires the least time to finish? Finish it. Don't let them start a new course. So you're monitor of that. Now, the third point that we're making here is handle any and all orders from the product officer within the time you're given. Well, of course, that'd be a heavenly dream if one could. But one can try. One can try, and if one does not have an establishment officer, different than an org officer, it isn't likely that any long-range program will ever come off. So an org officer who isn't operating with a good HCOAS and so forth is very, very improbable that he will be able to, he will find himself after a while, a third month on the post, he will find that he is following less and less of the orders which he is getting. But if he's backed up by a good HAS who's putting an establishment there behind him, as he goes along, he will find out that it's easier and easier to do this. And the dream of it is you say, blip, and the product officer says, and so Bob, and we expect 162 pre-clears in the next week. And very good, the org officer says, you better hire 162 pre-clears auditors, and we're going to be so forth over the next year, of which you will have something on the order of 30 of them will have to be on the job this next week, and immediately personnel simply sends some telegrams, tells some people to report to work the next Monday, why they're all there to report to work, because they've already been hatted and gemmed in, don't you see? Could be so easy as you simply tell the chairman of the Auditors Association that next Monday you will need 17 additional Class 4s, and they will all be there. You see, well, we're really dealing with an ideal scene, but you see, you could work it up to that. It doesn't always have to be frantic. So, that is a duty he has, and he tries to attain as the org officer tries to handle the orders from the product officer. But the other thing is the org officer who waits for orders from the product officer is already 4 or 5 feet behind the product officer, and he ought to be 4 or 5 feet ahead of him. So he's got 8 or 10 feet that he has lost. And in view of the fact, as which queen was it, he had to run like everything just to keep up in Alice in Wonderland. What does the org officer has to run like everything just to stay even with the product officer? What does he have to do when he gets behind him. The burst of speed and demand would be fabulous. So he isn't then just waiting for orders. If he just sits around and waits for the product officer's orders, why, right away, go on. I always like to be in a saucy position as a subordinate, in a subordinate post. Very saucy, impudent. Actually, it takes people aback. It's about the only way you can occupy. I don't think very many people know how to occupy a subordinate post, actually, if the org officer is subordinate to the product officer. It's an art. It's an actual art. And one time I thought I've told you this story before. Well, one time I thought, what is this? Every place I go and everything I do, I always wind up in command of it. And I'm pointed to command of it. Is there something wrong with me? Can it be, this was decades ago, and I was saying, well, there's something wrong with me. I mean, is it something peculiar that I have to be in charge of everything, that I have to be the boss? I guess I've been reading Freudian literature. And there must be something wrong with me, and so on. And I would think, well, I don't know. I don't remember really. I have occasionally made a bid for that sort of thing. There must be something wrong. And I was very, very happy one time because I was physically bunged up and wasn't supposed to be around at all to be put in a subordinate capacity. And I was a third in command. I found it was a breeze. I was never so happy in my life as to discover I'm just an excellent subordinate. It was just a piece of cake. I didn't have to be in command of things all and so forth. And in that subordinate capacity, I was in command of the ship. Didn't want anything to do with it. Actually, that was the mock-up. But inevitably, and so forth, people come around and ask me if they were supposed to do what the captain said. And I said, no, man, cool it off, don't bother me. I found out the popular valence at that time was a gold brick, and I've had chief petty officers and that sort of thing say to me, Mr. Hubbard, you are just about the greatest gold brick I have ever seen in the entire Navy. Pride, admiration. And that was because I apparently didn't ever work and was able to get my job done on the time when somebody else was eating sandwiches. It would just be the speed of internal and immediate organization. So it didn't appear to be very stressful. And got all kinds of things done, left and right. And the way to be a perfectly impudent, insouciant, utterly, completely tolerable, but utterly and awfully left alone by seniors, subordinate, where they're very nice to you at parties and so forth, but just a little bit on the qui-vive where you were concerned, is, I've done that. Yes, well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yes, we handle that. Thank you. Only it has to be a fact. Your answers to an order are always past tense. So you see how this fits into an org officer-product relationship. The product officer storms in and he says there's going to be 116 PCs next week. And what are we going to do about it? Well, yes, we actually got them and they're all lined up. All the auditors are lined up. We got the auditing rooms and so on. We're going to use the pre-clears own rented rooms when they come in for auditing rooms and so on. It's all straightened up. We got 5 new people on tech services. And they're being genned in this week. As a matter of fact, they should be had it now. As a matter of fact, so thank you. Thanks for telling me. It's confirmed, is that right? Oh, good. Thanks for confirming it. There we are. You would just be amazed at what this starts doing. Except you have to be on the ball, and you have to do your job the whole way. And when you do your job the whole way as an org officer, you're always in that position. somebody says, what the hell are we going to do? We're going to have this new bunch of students going to run this special course, and the literature and so on has been mailed, and what are we going to do for chairs and that sort of thing? They're being made now, sir. Only probably in the org officer product officer relationship he would need to use sir. Too close. Well, what an enviable position, and what a fearsome presence. Now somebody else tries to occupy your boots, he's got a near impossibility. Bessie Ann is off her post. I know, I sent her home. George will be there in about 5 minutes to take care of it. But operator's a product officer, how would you like to have an org officer that was like that? Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Wouldn't that be a piece of cake, huh? Our GR target next month is 27,000 a week. All right, that's all the org officers have to hear. Say that would take so much, then take so much, we better do so and so on, so on, so on. And says the people in charge of financial planning, you better get your financial planning jacked up along the line and so on, because the promotion level is going to be so and so and so and so. We're going to send out very heavy mailing, and we need a whole bunch of new people here, and their categories are so and so and so and so on. Now, the product officer would actually be in his own rights to do a whole write-up of how he was going to get that product. A weekly GI at 27,000 by next month. He'd be in his own rights, he could plan it all out and figure it out, and so on, but he'd have to decide how he was going to render that much service, and the big idea would be expected from him. What's the big idea you're going to put out into the public that's going to bring that many men in, Mr. Bones? See? You just saw one going out of here on an FBDL. So on. That's a product officer's penchant. What's he going to sell? Go on. One just went out of here. It's a big idea. They're all supposed to come in and get checked out for. Come on, we've used it before, terribly successful. Would drive the people down on an org. So the product officer is mainly in the business of driving people in on the org. And the org officer's job is to put an org there that'll handle them. And he does that by preventing the decline of the existing org and forcing the HCOAS to put enough org there to build it up. And that's the way you do the 1, 2, 3. So the product officer, he's got to go and wham, 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 wham. He never thinks about how many people he drives in on the org. The org officer takes a look at this and says, let's see, the GI in January was 2,000 a week. And in February was 3,000 a week, and in March was 4,000 a week. I wonder why that little drop occurred there in March. Well, I know why it dropped, because we'd already doubled our GI. Now, if that's increasing at the rate of 2,000 a week, it's probably a slight curve. Probably isn't. So we'll just stretch it out the rest of the year and find out what the GI is going to be by next January. Next January at 2,000 and so forth, we're going to be dealing with something on the order of about a 20,000 GI per week, and that takes that many pre-clears, that many auditors, that many e-meters, that many book sales, that much promotion money, this, that, the other thing. Well, we better get on the ball. What actions are we taking at this very moment to train up auditors in this particular area to go to work for the org? So that's how he keeps ahead of the product officer. He can do an extrapolation. He can figure out what is the load and what is the load going to be, just by extending the curve. Now you also extend the down curve, and he will find out what the load is going to be. It's going to be 0. he's not going to have any organization at all if he extends the GI and some of these orgs a little bit further. All right. Now, an org officer picks up any altnesses in the establishment of the organization and handles and reports to the product officer what was done. So there's a backflow here. Where large actions are required, he's got to write up a CSW, what was found, recommended handling, and so forth to the product officer. Now, we're still talking about a lineal line flow. That is where the product officer is more or less doubling in brass with the CO or executive director. So he would say, look, this is what we're going to have, or this is what we can't have, or this is what I can put in, and this is what I can't put in. In other words, he's got to give some kind of a backflow here to inform, keep the product officer informed as to the facilities. And this comes under the heading, actually, of what you call a capability. And the product officer has to have some idea of his org's capability and some idea of his personnel's capability. Not necessarily to put a limitation on the thing, but so he can improve it or extend it. Now, the capability is in the hands of the organizing officer. What is it capable of? Now, that takes resources, and we get into the whole subject of resources. They're already mentioned in I think, the org series and so on. There's resources. What are the resources you have? And that's a product officer's black dog of Karnak. He seldom has the resources to do what he's supposed to do, so actually the org officer should keep him advised of his resources. What are resources? How many auditors can we hire? How many course supervisors are there? How much auditing room do we have? And that sort of thing. These are our resources. I'll give you an idea right now. I had to solve a very bad problem administratively. Very bad problem. Something came up and so on. Some stats were going down. I had to look around at once and do a resources estimation. Now that actually, as an organizing officer, has to answer up loud and clear, what resources do we have? Because the resources I needed was a CO product officer and an org officer and an assistant production aide. That is an assistant production aide. And I had to, what the devil? Where did we get them? The resources, we were able to utilize the resources we had at that particular moment to save the situation. And then I actually rewrote the program just last night to gain further resources. We were going to throw a couple away, so we all of a sudden got those, and we're going to utilize those. So this is resources. You follow? What are your resources? The ability to return things to the ideal scenes in the data series, the discussion of resources. How do you return things to the ideal scene depends on what resources you have. Now, the product officer, as he goes on and stacks up more money, of course, we get more and more resources in terms of money, but we may not have resources in terms of trained personnel. The Sea Org expansion and so on is absolutely staggering in terms of, I actually think you guys probably believe that we were doing great in '68, and it's all sort of gone downhill, and et cetera, et cetera. It's very, very funny. What's happened is our statistics at this particular time have become divided up. And the statistics are of more individual units and areas. And those statistics, you see, well, there's this type of thing. The Sea Org now is running 3 AOs. There are now 3 SHs. There's a great many more Scientology orgs, and there are a tremendous number of franchises, which are really kind of orgs, do you see? And it's quite amazing. But when you add up these statistics, you find out there's just been a general, you should do it just for fun. And there's just been a consistent general expansion, and the stats have been going up, and they're going up and going up, the general stats. But it's because they become compartmented. They're assigned to different units. Nobody adds up all the units. Now, furthermore, if you take Scientology org income, which is lagged, as compared to franchise income, and so on, the truth of the matter is the franchises were financed by the AOs, by FSMs early on. So they've sort of robbed the orgs of their income, and then the orgs haven't kept up on that FSM line that would have expanded them. And they haven't continued to operate as their own reliable selves. And they've tried to maintain establishments and so forth without actually producing things they should have produced. And it's gone badly. But when you add it all up, you'll find out quite amazingly 1964, 1965, 1966, 1967, 1968. And then you think maybe there was a bomb. No, at that time there was a tremendous spread. Then it just went right on up the keyboard. It went down, it goes down, it goes up. But you take our stats as this minute compared to the stats of 1967, and they're way up. And they're way up above 1968. Look it over and you'll see them there. It's quite amazing. We are expanding. And the place that it shows strain, particularly, is in the Sea Org, because in the Sea Org, we have a limited number of personnel. And they have already, over a period of time, consistently been stretched so thin. You see, we're maintaining 3 AOs instead of 1. We're still making the income of 1 AO. Do you see? But now we've got 3 establishments to man. And it's just got the lines thin. You'll find that to a large degree is a lot of the execs of Washington, D.C., for instance, were yanked out into the smaller orgs and so on. There were all kinds of wild personnel tangles, and there was a lot of weight on Washington. And as a matter of fact, I did not want and did not approve the establishment of these tiny orgs. They could only be of service if they were feeder orgs, and they didn't. They set themselves up as independent organizations. Now they're continuously in trouble, but actually they rob some of the income from Washington. So they're harder to manage because there are more of them, but the aggregate income is comparable. And it's been in my mind several times is to retire some of those places to franchise and force them to feeder service to Washington again. Probably won't do that. We've got a better idea right now. We just force all of them to be big. Well, I thought I would interject that just in passing because I found out the general impression was that something was happening with it. No, it isn't. As a matter of fact, the attacks on Australia and so on were the most ineffective attacks that anybody ever. They passed laws and bans all over the place. The police have given us all back our books, and there's nothing to hell with it. Nobody had anything to do with it. So it sits on the books as a dead statute. It made the staffs timid, it worried them, it upset them, it did this and that and the other thing. But it sure discredited the enemy. So if at any time you don't continue to pile up resources in terms of trained staff members, if you don't continue to pile up resources in terms of space, why, that is what is going to break your back, because you're not on any downtrend at all, you're on an escalating uptrend. I invite you to look at the franchise statistics of the last 3 years, and they almost go double each year. It's not quite that steep, but that's the way it looks. You look at it on a graph, up she went. So don't plan on a level graph. Your resources are your resources, and they are mainly in terms of manpower. How many people have you hatted? How many people have you trained? How many people in the field do you still have the allegiance of? How many people have you patched up? How many ARC breaks have you handled? And how many members do you have in your Auditors Association? And so forth are the only things which will keep you above water, because it's a problem in resources. And the resources are a thing which the org officer has to watch. And if he sees his resources declining, well, we just established a new course out in Wongville as a branch course or something from the org. There goes the train something, and there goes a train something else, and so on. Has he got them to send out? So he should stockpile all the resources he can. Money, auditors, books. He should be greedy. Now, the product officer can go on turning out products, turning out products, turning out products, turning out products, but when somebody doesn't do something with these as resources and get his resources off that line and stack them up and preserve them in terms of field people and so forth, they're willing to help out, and somebody might come on staff, and the auditor was trained, and he wants to know when he can go working for the org. Those are resources. And everybody you have becomes a resource. So of course he wants to overhat, always. A person had it for 3 posts, but a person had it for 1 post. He's a better resource. So your org officer has the duty of piling up resources. Now, his sudden demands made on him a piece of cake. He's way ahead of it. Oh, need to buy a new building? Okay. How much it cost? All right. Okay. We'll look for one. Yep. Good. Only $1 million? All right. Phew. Okay. He's in that position. Well, you need $200? Okay. You see how the org officer gets behind? Because his resources are limited. So therefore he gets ahead by increasing and hoarding his resources. See how it's done? Now you don't want a miser on the post who holds the resources to his chest and never will let them go. But you want a provident sort of housewife who has a basement full of next year's canned good rations. And doesn't have to go screaming down to the Safeway to buy a cup of sugar every time that there is a guest for dinner. If you look this over from the standpoint of expanding by resources, you will see that you cannot expand unless you have stockpiled resources or tried to. Now, you should always try to stockpile resources, and that's how the org officer keeps ahead of the game. How many replacement aides do we have in the Flag Bureau already trained who can be spared on their posts at this particular moment? And that tells you exactly what the resources are. That is poverty, boy. That is right down to the bottom of that old barrel. I'm sure there must be a half a herring left in this herring barrel someplace. Somebody get a flashlight. Do you see where she is? So now the org officer system should increase resources. So when he's called on for 1, he gets 2. And yes, you will eventually wind up, and orgs which I manage, by the way, generally do wind up. There's an awful lot of old stuff out there that nobody's ever used in the garage. And it probably never will be used now. Somebody said, wasn't that a terrible waste? No. That was just Providence extended a little too far. They also don't turn around immediately and look at the rest of the resources that were used. And they're all over the place in full use. Now, they also don't look around at the bank accounts, because those periods were also attended by very high bank account reserves that went pouring in. And the staffs also were well paid at that time. So these are the criteria by which an org officer operates. Now, he has to know what a resource is. Resources are things like space, furniture, equipment, and the establishment of the factors of the org. Any of those can be resources. But the final valuable products, what happens to the final valuable products after their final valuable product? So the org officer sort of steps in after the product officer. And that's how he gets ahead of him. So the product officer, you see, he's turned out a lot of these final valuable products, and they're sitting all over the place. At this moment, the org officer said, let's get some of these. Got it? Open up an org officer's desk, and there's no list of potential staff members for posts and so forth. He's in poverty. Now, naturally, an org officer tries to keep everything on an org board and tries to keep it all straight and tries to keep it this way and tries to keep it that way, right up to the point when the org board gets in his road. At that moment, why, he can make do in some fashion or other and get some approved change so that it can be officialized. That's approval sort of after the fact. Otherwise, as you expand, you won't be able to fill in the weak points. So the org board is saying, well, you can't have an organization without weak points if there's a point missing on the org board that you need to have filled. Do you follow? So it's a contradiction. If you have a strong organization which won't blow up at the joints, it's of course going to get an expanding org board. Fortunately, the org board, 1967 org board, expands from about 2 or 3 people, or 1 person can operate on it actually, to about 100,000. Its inherent expansion is that great, so you really don't have to vary the pattern of the org board much. That was the reason it was planned. Now, the close work with the HCO we've covered, and the org officer moves very fast and should always move faster than the product officer. Yes. The product officer going 100 miles an hour, the org officer will be lost if he doesn't travel at 125. If he only travels at 125, he will be overtaken sooner or later, because he has to stop by the wayside every once in a while to pick up the bodies, pat them together. The best laid plans of org officers, aft gang Agley. Yes, we will be able to take care of it. Bessie Ann just ran off with another man. Now, in urgent peak periods, the org officer might be required to understudy and be at the product officer's side. In other words, they work as a team, and at peak periods or at tough points, they must work as a team. They must not be distant from each other. They just work right there, hammer pound, and they will get over one of these things. Now, the org officer should be so familiar with his org's personnel that he would at any time be able to say what each staff member is up to and know what they are doing, and in his operations, he, of course, follows the data already supplied by LRH and CBOs and lectures. Now, if you're operating right now in a period of transition, it doesn't change very much. Because of 2 August 1965, HCOPL, which lays down a basic form, that is the one which says what the it says what the HES does and what the OES does. That is the first warning of this, and when that was violated, something went astray, and orgs became harder to manage. Really, the HES was an org officer, and the OES was a product officer. And if you look under the OES, you will find money in Division 3. You will find auditors in the student auditors in the directors of training, and you will find PCs in the Department of Processing. And then you will find, under also distribution, you will find the field and the products which are going out into the field. And up at the beginning of the line, in the first two divisions, you find the HES, and so forth, hatting, forming, and so forth, and also had the executive division, which contained the estate section. So you see, it all works out right, and that's 2 August HCOPL, and it contains the first elements of the system in which we're operating. Now, that was an older system than the 67 org board, but the 67 org board was the preservation of the system, and the 67 org board was very well tried out at St. Hill and was functioning very, very well at St. Hill during its peak periods. The org board was copied with all corrections by Mary Sue in 1967, and I found that when a section is on the wrong part of an org board, you get into trouble at once. And a great many of these adjustments were made, so the 1967 7-division org board is a fully tested org board. Unfortunately, the Division 3 of that org board was lost and not published. And the elements of it are still around, and I think we're making some effort to publish this at this time. But Mary Sue wrote it up, and for some reason or other, it just wasn't mimeographed. I can't imagine what happened. The fact that we have developed some new principles in the field of PR and in the distribution division has tended to throw the distribution division a bit out because its product was not anticipated totally at that time, and its product is Scientologists. That is its product. And these Scientologists, of course, have products of sold books, contacted people, and other sending people in, interested persons and so on. And they also have the Guardian's office is carrying on some of that now, and they have all kinds of committees and that sort of thing stretched around the world, and they use these committees and so on. That was really an original distribution division function. So that is in a state of flux at this particular moment, and you could either just use what is on the 9-division public divisions, use that, or use the old distribution division org board with these elements put into it. But I can tell you right now that the PE Foundation is going straight back in the academy, because a PE Foundation requires course supervisors, and it's just a lower level of the same action of a course supervisor, and they have the facilities, tech services, and other things which can be doubled in brass to handle these public actions. Because they're not public actions, it's the same action all over again. You'll see something resembling a staff college or hatting college thrown into the lineup, and that, of course, makes a valuable final product if some of the PE actions also came over to it. At the time I'm speaking to you, this has not been completely released, but it shouldn't give you any trouble at all. Just kick those public courses and so on right over there, bingo, into the academy or Department of Training. And you'll find they're better cared for. When that was that way, by the way, I have reports on when it was that way, the public coming in and running into students who were all enthusiastic and in good shape and had status with them. Then the public had already managed to reach and withdraw. So the organizational pattern with which you're dealing, and the OEC which you study, are all of a piece, and there's nothing out of line with any of these patterns. You occasionally have something has moved to another division and will have the wrong department or divisional designation on it. That could even be corrected up because the functions, in actual fact, haven't much changed. Therefore, there's a tremendous wealth of information and technology which has been developed, all of which is of infinite use to the org officer, and he is rich in terms of theory and technology of organization, and particularly rich with the theory and technology of the org product officer system. An organization is liable to organize forever without producing anything. An organization is liable to try to produce forever without organizing anything. Both of these things are a hideous crime because both of them will crash. You can't continue to produce without organizing it. You can't continue to organize without producing. The general conduct of the org officer is met to the degree that he is familiar with his OEC, he's familiar with the hats, with the expectancies from duties on the various posts, with the resources he has, with what the establishment is particularly composed of, and the product officer, oddly enough, has to know all that better than the org officer. So if you find yourself going too far adrift or too far astray, either as a product officer or an org officer, you do have a tremendous amount of material which can be reviewed. And that material is not out of line, and its theories are definitely not out of line. There's nothing been thrown away in it at all. 1970 was such a stellar year in the advancement of organizational technology that you would immediately expect it to throw everything away. Well, there's a consistency in it all. It just showed up the importances and how an evolution of it could take place. There's another system on the org product officer system that I must mention in closing, and that system is simply the triangular system. That is where you have a very big organization, and until you had this unit up to where you were clicking off at around $25,000, $30,000 type org, you wouldn't really want this type of system because it's a trifle cumbersome. And that is a triangular system by which the org officer and the product officer are handled by an executive director or commanding officer. Now, what happens there is that the product officer goes straight along with the duties as he has, and then he has the various problems which he is running into, or what he wants, or what he can think of, or what he's trying to get through. And the executive director at that time is the planning officer. Now, I want to point out to you that the planning officer up to that time on the lineal system of just product officer to org officer, the planning officer is the product officer. He is the planning officer of where the hell are we going, what are we going to do. But the commanding officer, if he was operating with a product officer and an org officer, would be the planning officer, and he's the planning and coordinating officer. That is the way we were running the Flag Bureau. We sort of run a mixture. It's a sort of a half and half. When we take a whole continental area and all the chips are down and that sort of thing is, why then I will step in as commanding officer and planning. And then I will take it up so that we get a plan of overall projects and so on. So it would be actually in a lineal system, it would be the product officer who did that. He would be double-hatted. And where there is no, where the triangular system isn't in, the product officer is always double-hatted as the commanding officer or executive director. In any org that you're running at this particular moment, the lineal system would be the one you were using. But I wish to call to your attention that at the time when you have a product officer and an org officer, and they are working with a commanding officer or executive director, then you also need the rest of the frills. And the rest of the frills are a PR officer who is a staff officer. He's not down in any division. He's handling the human emotion reaction. You're going to start running into plenty of that. And you've got to have messengers or runners. That becomes a necessity. You'd have to have an executive director's secretary who is shared to some degree in use or is a guidance factor or coordinating factor with the product officer. And you've got quite a little staff. I'll just name them off for you. There's commanding officer, product officer, org officer, staff PR officer, and messengers, and secretary. The only plurality there is messenger. You can't expect a messenger actually to stay on duty forever. Anybody tries to put a messenger on duty at 8 o'clock in the morning and take him off at 6 o'clock at night, got rocks in his head, because what he's going to do, he's going to spend periods when he doesn't have any messenger, and if he's depending on messengers and so on, well, he can do it. But it takes messengers in order to handle anything rapidly enough. Of course, I'm doing, as usual, the Roman running 3 chariots simultaneously from a center horse with the posts somewhat empty here and there along the lineup. That's done because of the expansion factor. I suppose someday it will all be improved and it will all be perfect. I don't see it in the foreseeable future. But actually the system which we're running on right now and getting into shape is actually a three-org system. Commanding officer of 3 orgs simultaneously, each one with a pair. That is a product officer and an organizing officer. And with a bounteous number of messengers and with excellent secretarial counselor type backup. And one of those orgs right now, the ship org, is running solo at this particular moment. That is to say, there's a commanding officer, but not, in essence, a commanding officer who is not backed up by an organizing officer, and who at this moment doesn't even have an HCO to establish anything, and I don't know where that's going to go, but I know very well from where I look that at any given instant there will be a small beginning little whistle of steam which gradually goes into a high roar, because something wild will take place unless that is organized up. You can always anticipate something, an area that isn't organized to some degree will cave in, so you've got to, as an organizing officer, anticipate the fact. You can look at an area and you say, that isn't well enough organized, so therefore we can only let it go so long before there will be a boom. Now, anytime you try to increase the traffic on the line, and you don't increase the organizing functions on the line rapidly enough, or somebody drops the ball in the process of increasing those organizing actions, at that moment you do get a boom. It goes boom. And these are the periods when you've got to have a PR with its coded questions that can be decoded so we can find out what it is, so we can get the program in the thing while the organizing officer immediately gets a hold of this one and that one and cools off the existing tempers, and you get instant hatting right away and ComEd the HCOAS. Fast, you see, because when it's let go, you can operate on this principle. The longer you let it go, the bigger the boom. And that is a definite operating principle. If you don't believe that, we had it all taped out many, many months ago. What we were going to do, and it was for a period there when we did not put an organizational pattern together. And Ken and I were discussing this, and we should really organize this, and we really should take this organizational step. But at that particular time, we're unwilling to take the step due to some of the scarcities of personnel. And I don't know, I think we let it go for about 6 or 7 days, and all of a sudden, boom. And now we had to put it all together in just no time at all. And the other principle is, the longer you neglect it, the more frantically you're going to have to work to salvage it. So foresight really pays off, and that's why the org officer should be way ahead of the product officer. Gets way ahead, I call to your attention again, by picking up those little goodies known as resources. Oh, let me see now. I've got 5 people here who are eligible to be executive directors in a pinch, And I've got 6 people who are triple-hatted. That is to say, they're on a single post, but they've been checked out on all of the hats in their particular area. Isn't that nice? And so on. Now, if we just check them out on all the hats of a couple of more divisions, we possibly will have an org officer here. Ah, that's nice. Goodies. And that is the think which has to be back of that, which puts the org officer ahead of the product officer. In poverty, it is always very easy to starve to death very quickly. And there's something I must mention to you in closing. Something I must mention to you, and that is that there's a make-break point of an org. There's a make-break point. And when an organization drops below a certain volume, a certain income, and a certain personnel level, it is in the break point. And it not only breaks itself, it breaks the people in it. And when you start to getting people trying to blow because of overload and they can't cope with it and that sort of thing, you are definitely in the break area. When you see a lot of trouble and strain and stress, you're in the break area. Now, the break might not be right where you are. It might be on an extensional line. You may have very overburdened lines without recognizing it, which those lines are extensional outside the organization. Now, that would be particularly true of a bureau. A flag bureau or a liaison bureau setup is peculiarly liable to stresses which aren't easily locatable inside the org, because the stresses are on its traffic lines. Because where it has any responsibilities for organization of outside areas at all, those stresses show up inside the organization. So everything appears to be okay as far as personnel are concerned and that sort of thing are concerned. But there's internal stress. You're actually in a break area. And that is the time to organize like hell, to promote like mad, and to push up your accumulation of resources at great speed. Whenever you find yourself in that, and every Scientology org in the world, as I speak at this moment, is running below its make point. The make point of a Scientology organization, where it's really rolling in cream and so on, is probably somewhere in the vicinity of about a 20,000 GI. And if you're not doing that, then you're under strain, and very, very heavy strain. And the people inside the organization will be under strain. And then you can expect that to dwindle. Whatever you've got will dwindle rather than increase unless you take efforts to actually effectively push it up to the make point. Now, that's nothing very serious. You just make up your mind that we're going to expand this establishment up past the make point. For instance, the accumulated actions of an org like the Los Angeles org at this particular time have not added up to moving itself into any zone of make. It got into the break point, and it's got suddenly grabbed from every direction, and they're putting it back together again. But it is the money made by the individual staff member that determines your make-break point, and it's the old Qual staff. And it actually isn't a term of sums of money. You can just lay it aside. I said that was in that zone, and it is in that zone. You can lay that aside as being, that's only contemporary. Who knows but what tomorrow a barrel load of money will buy a loaf of bread, no more. The make-break point, and so on, is dependent on the amount of money made by the individual staff member. And when it is too high, you will find yourself in a break point. And if it's too low, you'll find yourself in a break point. You're counting on every individual staff member to pull in $5,500 a week for the organization. You are in too high a band. and there will be a little bit of a crack start showing up along that line because you haven't put enough organization there to make that much money. And if it's too low, you've got too much and too inefficient an organization there, and its bases are too bad if it's down at the lower end of the band. And I can tell you that through 1969, the point of membership in orgs was 16 to 18 pounds per staff member. Let's look that over. That was the international. 16 to 18 pounds per staff member. That wasn't even good pay for a Scientology org member out in the society. He couldn't even support himself at that, much less support the organization. So that organization must have been absolutely product gone. They couldn't have had any product at all. You see what I mean? I'm giving you the actual data. Now, at this time, I instantly became very interested in this network. My ears went up, boom. And this was about a little over a year ago that I saw what this trend was, and I said that they're running organizationally set so low a level where they won't make it. And this is going to crack up somewhere along the line, so we'll bolster it up. And that was the LRH program, #1 programs that you saw going out at that particular time. We're trying to lift that up and hold the fort until we could get a better basis of organization, which could bring this about. That was actually, the why of that was lack of products. They were not making products. And the products they were making were very often too poorly costed. There's just insufficient volume, insufficient quality, and gave you insufficient viability. So that old qual stat will have to be restored. Now, guess what? I don't know what it is at this exact instant, but all the members of the Sea Org, in orgs or not in orgs, at this particular instant, well, it's just a figure that's taken from some considerable time ago, actually measured up, but it counted all the people in the Sea Org and the gross income of the Sea Org, and it was fabulously high. The highest income per staff member ever made in the Sea Org was $5,500. They were pretty high, heavily under strain, too, but they were doing it. Now, the one, when I surveyed the thing, I said at this instant, not true, when I surveyed this last, and I don't guarantee the absolute accuracy of it, and so on, but it was about $520 for every person in the Sea Org, on ships, in orgs, and everything else per Sea Org member, not per staff member. Now this shows there must be some outness. Now one of the outnesses is that the Scientology org does not have sufficiently large packages to sell. It is selling right now hours, which might not be wise. It ought to sell results of some kind or another. It ought to sell packages, and it could rescue itself very easily by selling training, which isn't cut-rate training. Do you know that the Los Angeles organization was selling courses for as little as $35 a piece, actual cash received? They had internal systems of cuttatives, so that there was this and that consideration, and then just a failure to walk around and collect the money, and so on. And a whole series of their invoices and so on were inspected a few months ago, and it showed that somebody just had rocks in his head, and the org was having a great deal of trouble, and they were selling courses, but having sold the course, they weren't really delivering the course, but what they sold the course for was staggering. Through some kind of internal think or arrangements or peculiarities and so on. Not trying to brand one org as being particularly bad. I imagine this was fairly general. You could get a Dianetics course, $35, and so on. Now, how they manage this, I don't know. But there could be, even when you have a package, and even when the package will bring in adequate income to support the org, things can happen internally in the organization so the resource the valuable final product doesn't occur. Well, that is of great interest. Now, one of the reasons why you have sophisticated technology at this particular time is because of the factors which I have been telling you, and also because of the difficulties of managing from a command position. These difficulties are sufficiently great that were almost impossible. So therefore, we had to have much higher, much more sophisticated technology, and 1970 was the year in which this was very carefully researched and developed. But your make-break part of your organization is improved to the degree that the policy and technology of Scientology is known and employed in the operation of that organization. And this is your first factor that you have to learn. Now, you occasionally in the field will get an order, rarely, but you'll get them, an order or a policy or a directive or an ed which runs contrary to your production and which makes your production difficult. You would be very remiss in your duties if you did not instantly call this to attention rapidly. There is even a policy by which a destructive order can be halted on the lines. For instance, in the middle of the Dianetics course installation. In the Dianetics course, you have a statement when it was released, do not drop any Scientology action which you have at this particular time. A couple of PLs, not written by me, and some directives and so forth went out, and in the southern United States you had belief, or the southwestern United States, there was a belief that if anybody audited Scientology grades on anyone, that he was committing a high crime and would be liable to comment. Now, who the hell put that out? I don't know. And yet that was into the teeth of the actual statement made on the HDC tape when it was made, and on the ad which released it, for God's sakes, don't drop any Scientology actions you were doing, just because we're giving you Dianetics. So what was the broad spread action? To drop every single Scientology action that was being done. There was even a couple of policy letters originated that got by and got circulated, which canceled those things out, which messed it up. Oh my God. So you must assume that somewhere along your lines you will have somebody who finds it very satisfactory to interrupt forward progress. The writing of the current fashion, the writing of the current fad, does more to destroy your stats than anything else you could do. Yesterday it was true too. And yet, man, because of his immediate concern with present time, is continuously throwing away what he has in return for what he hopes to have. And it's a sort of an idiot game. Your resources are policy and HCOBs. Do you know that this moment we have just put on a check sheet, I don't know the date of this Congress, it must be in the early 60s, Ken could tell me, the State of Man Congress, that's it, 59. We have just put it on a check sheet for a very high upper-level course, the State of Man Congress. You haven't any idea of what you could do with the resources. If you don't know what those resources are, why, of course, they won't be utilized. And you ride off in some high hopes of something. Because all the auditors in the HGC flub a Dianetic session, all of a sudden, why, some brand new technique is looked upon to solve all the cases in the neighborhood, any one of which would solve if anybody ever read the textbook and taught anybody the textbook on Dianetics in the first place. The highest breakthrough we have at this moment is covered in full in the early 60s. The only thing that's happened with this breakthrough is we have used it to its totality and have audited it with some new methods of handling a session which make it come off smoothly enough. Only one new principle has been developed. But there are two new methods of auditing to make it smoother. But the whole theory of it is back there in the early 60s. Now that's amazing, isn't it? Now you're basically in the business of knowledge. That's the one thing that you're putting out, and it's knowledge of self. So whatever other valuable final product you have is knowledge. And you would be absolutely startled. But a fellow who is a Class 10 in training at this moment got stopped by me the other day and given, when he was asking me questions about why something was happening, about a low TA, was told very directly and very forcefully, that he damn well better go back and read the original thesis. He had never understood what happened in this session. I've had CSs who couldn't audit because they did not know the basic books. Therefore, you basically are purveying knowledge. So how do you expect to succeed without your mimeophiles? How do you expect to succeed without your bookstore absolutely crammed to the gunnels? How do you expect to succeed without every tape in that place and packages for sale which you possibly can lay your hands on? Because you're basically purveying knowledge. When we went over a whole series of franchises, we picked out the most successful franchise, and we asked the fellow to write up what made it so successful. At the beginning of every meeting that he had with his public on a PE level, he read them a policy letter, almost regardless of what it was all about. And he got tremendous. He was a howling success. So now you start comparing this with empty mimeograph files, with packs with holes in them, and you will see what causes your make-break point. You are not spending your primary asset, which is knowledge. And we're not dealing with a kind of knowledge which was true in 61, but was not true in 62. There's very little of that on the track, and it was all corrected out not too long ago. There are tapes beyond belief, the libraries and so forth which we have. So your organizing officer must recognize that his first asset, that he looks on as goodies, is all of that space taken up there with mimeophiles. All that space taken up there with packs. And all of that space taken up in the bookstore with basic books and so on. There's resources, and that's where his resources begin. Resources don't even begin with people. The people are all over the place, but they're worth nothing to anybody unless the knowledge is put up. And that is the basic business you're in. And if an org officer mistakes, you look it over. You will agree with me. I'm not just beating drum for anything of the sort. You look it over here, and you'll find out that you got a guy in off the street, and you put him on as a clerk or a course administrator. Realize that you don't look on him as valuable at all until he has been checked out and trained and this. Realize that you always automatically, and very often very mistakenly, make your class 8 the HES, because he knows more. Knowledge. So knowledge is what makes the difference. And the organizing officer is basically dealing with knowledgeable people. And so his basic asset and basic resource, of course, is knowledge. And he takes off from there, and then he gets that applied to people. And then the next thing you know, he'll see a 32-story building with ScientoloGeek letters across the front of it. It's more the org officers basic hat than it is the product officers. Because the product officer doesn't look on a book ordered from someplace or another as a product. He looks on a book sold as a product. But the book ordered is the organizing officer's worry. Now, of course, the product officer could say, look, I can't sell any books until some books have been ordered and delivered. New York is failing at this moment. Everyone walking around in circles wondering, why is New York failing? I happen to know the missing books that they do not have in New York. And they're all of the basic ones. There's not there. They don't have them. We should be at Flag Bureau, and probably will be, and there is an aide at this moment in charge of PubSorg, pushing like screaming crazy to get a lot of basic titles back in print and to get them into print in the U.S. The world has all of a sudden decided not only to be exclusive with its currency, but also with its literature. U.S. books can't come into Europe. European books can't go into the U.S. now. Very difficult. They can get in on individual book sales, but trying to get them in any quantity at all is very terrible, and copyrights go to pieces if you do, and so on, so you're up against this. So what basically is the basic resource? The individual walks in off the street until he has been checked out, until he's been genned in, until he knows the administrative knowledge of the organization, and so forth, is not a resource. He is just a resource to the point where he may be worth something, he may not be worth something. So therefore, knowledge is a dominant factor in the success of an org officer. And I want to point this out, not because of any other reason than when it isn't there, he will fail. Time and time and time again, this has been proved over and over and over and over. So in just winding this up, I want to put this home. As far as the product officer is concerned, he won't get any place unless he's got some tapes going every night, 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 every night. We don't care whether he's running an HAS course, a PE course, or something. He ought to have some tapes going every night, every night, every night, every night. Public tapes, on and on and on. Now, you say, well, somebody's making a resurgence in an org right now. They've gotten a hold of Ron's Journal 67, and they're just playing it every night. It seems to me like they're making a terrible scarcity of the situation. But then we found out that the only tapes available were a mixed bag. A mixed bag. There were some excerpts from some various Congress. Somebody picks all the cherries off the ice cream, you know. Or just one or two cherries off several ice creams. Ruins several ice creams to have 3 cherries or something, I don't know what the thing is. Well, we're trying right now at the Flag Bureau to do everything we can to bust these lines and to get distribution and so on. It might be done faster, it might be done this, it might be done that. We have certain various logistic problems and so on which we have to overcome. We're trying to make this thing available, but unless somebody at the other end of the line, in the person of the org officer, recognizes clearly that he is dealing with knowledge, and if he hasn't got it in book form, and if he hasn't got it in pack form, and if he can't make up packs out of any mimeograph setup, he's had it. Now, it's true enough, he could probably get a few sets or one set of an OEC course. He could get that set, and you can see now the trying to do something with this bound set. Well, he'd have to have several sets. Well, good, so he could have several sets, but it doesn't give him actually the loose leaf stuff that he needs. Therefore, an ARC officer's whipped at once, but he doesn't know what he's doing, and he can't immediately impart directly and immediately gen in and impart to his staff members rapidly. And of course, he can never back up a product officer. And if you want to know what is wrong with the make-break point of any organization, is Scientology orgs have dropped low on their resources of knowledge that they can hand around and use at this particular moment. And the knowledge which is in practice and which is available to them as practiced knowledge in the hands of auditors and instructors inside the org and in their neighborhood.